it and make her name it gay!
G'day guys and welcome back to Casual Rage. Prepare to start the show, R2. This is where the fun begins. G'day guys and welcome to Casual Rage 179, where we all casually rage out about the Acolyte and the topics of the week. How you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. I hope you've had a great week. Man, what can we say about Star Wars these days? Is there anything positive that we could possibly say about Star Wars these days? I don't know. I feel like if we said something positive, we'd probably get called racist, misogynistic bigots, right? Oh, man. It's crazy. This episode of The Acolyte, which we are going to break down for sure, is probably going to be the longest breakdown out of all of them. Because the funny thing is with this episode is now that we do have all this prior context and what's happening in this episode, we had this issue before, but they don't match up. And we've had this issue as we've been going through each episode. You know, what episode is it? Episode 4, I think. Yeah, episode 4. When May basically says, like, I'm going to turn myself into the Jedi. Like, based on what we know as the audience, none of that decision made any sense. If you can hear, the cats are playing in a paper bag. Noisy bastards. But yeah, so we're going to break down the episode. There's a couple of articles that we're going to take a look at from Screen Rant and Collider. If you didn't see, I put out a video earlier in the week, I think it was this week, about the access media and the mainstream media, and you know, that the articles that they're coming out with from one day to the next almost don't line up. They're flip-flopping basically just as much as the characters in the show that we're watching. But some of the stuff after this last episode that came out, that's been actually, I think it's pretty clear by now, as she actually usually written underneath my name, but it's pretty clear by now that Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars. I think there's enough evidence to basically say, well, look, if this was Star Wars, then this would be happening. It's more so like that. You know, I feel like I made a really good point in my last episode review. There's this one scene where within 3 lines of dialogue and 30 seconds of screen time, they break lore, canon, and continuity. And it is on a very small scale. And the reason why I did it like that, and I'm glad that it came up like that, was because this is what I'm talking about to those idiots out there that think, oh, law, canon, continuity. This is what it looks like on such a small scale. But then when you broaden the universe and you give the entire universe these rules and these elements, that's what I'm talking about when we're breaking law, canon, and continuity. God, I look really fucking tired. I didn't even realize. I'm tired, guys. I've been, because of how much the Acolyte's been bombing and how much news has been coming out about the Acolyte, I've been trying to put together videos like nearly every night. It has been hard. But because of the amount of time I've got from coming home from work and then sitting down, recording the video and making dinner, eating dinner, and then editing those videos as well, sometimes I'm not getting to sleep or getting to bed until like 1 in the morning. Then I got to be up early to go to work. Anyway, don't need my sob story. Let's quickly say hello and see who we've got in the chat. A couple of the people, and we'll get stuck into some of the things that we've got to talk about. We've got Tillium in the chat. How you doing? Good to see you. Copyright strikes from YouTube. Did you get struck for something? I haven't gotten struck for anything on the channel as yet. I've had copyright claims, but never a strike. Mr. Bantham, hello. Fucking hello. How you doing? Good to see you. He also says, I wonder what the decisions were like when these semi-nude scenes were brought up. It's funny, like I did a video like 2 weeks ago talking about where'd the money go, and like I talked about the intimacy coordinator and how there was somebody that taught them how to wave their hand like they're using the Force and make it look cool, like a coach to teach them how to use the Force, so to speak. I think based on what we're hearing from Leslie Headland in regards to this scene in this last episode with the nudity and everything, now you don't see any actual nudity, no, but it's definitely well implied. I think the discussions that went on behind the scenes, like they were talking about it all favorably. Oh yeah, it'd be awesome to do this dynamic. And that's something that we will talk about more. But hello, Mr. Bantham. Good to see you. Melissa Lord, yes, happy 4th of July, everyone. Happy Independence Day to all my American friends. I hope you're having an awesome time. Letting off some fireworks, eating barbecue. Not like eating the barbecue, but eating the food that you make on the barbecue. Yeah, all in all, having a few drinks with some friends and kicking back and having a good day. Yes, happy birthday, USA. Batcher of Belvican, I'm not too sure. I'm sorry if I messed it up. Sup, Rhino? Sup? How you doing? Germgrave, how you doing? Good to see you. We got Andrew in the chat saying smash the like button. We got Lethal in the chat saying that the Acolyte is greater than the prequels. I think you'll find that most people, like I've said this, there are problems with the prequels. I still love them. But the problems that the Acolyte has are well and truly the problems that Disney Star Wars has, excuse me, is well and truly more than anything that's ever happened in the prequels. We got Valley Law in the chat with the fire emojis. How you doing? We got Lara A in the chat as well. How you doing? Ruben saying, oh, look, it's the power of many. How you doing? The power of fucking many. What does he want? He wants the power of two. Holocron Library Fox, how you doing? Good to see you. Papa Palpatine's Pizza Padawans in the chat. Tyron Azilla, Fractured Filter, always comes back and watches the replays. How you doing, Fractured Filter? Let's see. Who else have we got? Rude Boy Ghost. Late and gay. I was a little bit late. Not too bad. Not too bad. Dr. Coffinails. Mechator. I think. It's alive. Yes, it is. Mike Hill's here. How you doing, Mike Hill? Dr. Coffinails, I already mentioned. How you doing? Scotty is in the chat. Happy Friday, Rhino. Yeah, that's right. It is Friday. Happy Friday to you, Scotty. Let's see. Yeah, I've seen, like, man, they're pushing this stuff everywhere, man. Some of the little clips and stuff that I see, the little ads, whether or not they be on Facebook or even Instagram, Twitter, obviously, it's crazy. Fucking garbage. Let's see. Mr. Revenge, I see you. He says, I'm 45 and I got my Millennium Falcon in 1984 for Christmas. That's cool. 1984. I hope you still got that, man. It'd probably be worth a mint. Just had a group of kids at Aldi ask me my favorite Star Wars character. They couldn't guess and didn't even know Han Solo's name. No shit. Well, see, this is what's really funny is they're saying that they're making Star Wars now for like a newer modern audience. There is no newer modern audience. This is the thing that's been the whole thing with Star Wars since it's basically its inception is that the way Star Wars grew was through the fans and then their kids, and then their kids had friends that like they might have got into Star Wars. That's how the fan base was growing. It was a natural progression, and it was generational. You know, my love of Star Wars came because of my dad's love of sci-fi. He was more a Trek guy. He was more a Star Trek guy. And I used to sit there and watch Star Trek with him. But my love went to Star Wars. Doesn't mean I don't like Star Trek, but again, it's a generational thing. My dad loved all of those, sci-fi movies. Blade Runner. He used to watch Blade Runner heaps. Yeah. Stargate. Stargate's another one. Yes, and there'll be some people in the chat going, where are our Stargate fucking reviews? They're coming, guys. It'll probably be after the Acolyte, because I'm telling you now, once the Acolyte finishes, there's going to be some talk about it for the next week. But then you know what's going to happen? It'll disappear, just like they all have. Obi-Wan Kenobi, pretty much as soon as that ended, everyone stopped talking about it. Ahsoka, pretty much when that stopped, everybody stopped talking about it. Went back to making, I don't know, lore videos and stuff like that, but that had nothing to do with any connection to those things. So thank you, Mr. Revenge, for that comment. Soulshade's here. How you doing, Soulshade? Good to see you. Melissa Lord, we've seen you. How you doing? Just scrolling through a little bit. The operator, what up? Luke Skywalker's in the chat. How you doing, Luke? Ryan Gosling's in the chat too. How you doing, Ryan? Fear of Femur, I see you. Jared, I see you. Sakusha, I think. Hello there. Hello there. Let's see. Just catch up on a few more people and then we'll get stuck in. Well, that just jumped on me. Where was I? Jeez, that jumped a bit. Darth Scipio, I see you. Sorry, took me a little bit just to get back. It fucking jumped like nearly all the way to the top. And then we've got Brett. with a $5 super chat comes in and says, Rhino, I got your invested. I got your invested, but the sooner we leave it all alone in a corner, it dies. Yes. Fucker, what? Fuckneri needs spell ID, IP. Sorry, I fucked that up. Again, guys, if you're new here, fucking dyslexic, it fucking pisses me off. But I got the idea. Basically, let me say this. I have already come to terms with the fact that Star Wars is gone. Oh, fuck Disney is what it was supposed to be. Sorry, my bad. Fucking Disney needs to sell the IP. Yeah, but okay. So just on the selling the IP thing, just really quickly, let me say this. Okay, who do they sell it to? And then what does that company do with it? I mean, yeah, there's a chance, there's a hope if they were to sell it. Are they going to sell it? I very much doubt it. I very, very much doubt that they're going to sell Disney. Star Wars. But also too, in regards to the fact that I'm invested, the Acolyte hasn't helped. It's actually helped your argument in regards to just letting it go and it'll die sooner and stuff like that. That's fine. It is fine. And I get that. I don't know. I don't want to let go now of pointing out the fact that this isn't Star Wars anymore. Maybe I'll get to that point. I don't know. But at this point in time, I'm not invested in the idea or in the hope that it's going to turn the corner, that it's going to get any better, that Disney has any inkling and actually wanting to make good stories and good Star Wars. But, you know, I don't know. It's just my choice. It's my choice not to. People might say, oh, well, then you're the perfect definition of somebody that's just watching it to hate on it. Okay, maybe. Like, there's nothing more that I want than to see good Star Wars. And when they have actually done something reasonably decent, I have called that out. Blake knows. Bad Batch. It's not even all a Bad Batch. It's like 2 episodes. The reason why I've gone from 3 episodes to 2 episodes is because the 3rd episode is like a double header. It's one small isolated story. So it's basically 1 episode. But thanks for the super chat, Brett. Appreciate it. Yeah, there he is, Blake. 10 out of 10. It's not 10 out of 10. Not 10 out of 10 at all. All right, let's get into some of the shit that we've got to talk about. So, first things first, put out another poll this week. How would you rate episode 6 of The Acolyte? Out of 635 votes, 88.2% say that it's garbage. 88.2%. Like, there's been a lot of talk again this week about the review bombing, right? Leslie had them coming out and saying that I know. It's pretty normal. The fans know now that there's going to be review bombing. No, it's such a cop-out for them. It is. You know what that's telling me? It's like they're wanting to portray the idea that the review bombing or the words, the criticism that's coming out is hitting them like Kevlar and just sliding down. It's not touching them. It's not affecting us. We knew that it was going to happen. First of all, if you did know that it was going to happen, why did you think that that would happen? Is it purely on the narrow-mindedness of you just think that the entire fan base are racist, sexist, and misogynistic, and that's why they're going to review bomb it, because it's got female lead, and because you're putting in a fuckload of LGBTQ characters, people? It's so evident. Could it possibly be the fact that you promoted this show as such, like it's going to reflect your queer identity, Leslie, and you know, the little promotional piece that we saw about it being the gayest Star Wars? And then when we actually get it, it's like, shit, at least they didn't lie to us. You know what I mean? They didn't. They, in all the promotional stuff, we were sitting there wanting to know what the story was going to be about. Well, guess what? They told us what the story was going to be about. We knew going in. You know what that gives you? A preconceived idea that you know that you're not going to like it. Because what have they done? They've removed all the Star Wars out of it and made it a platform for identity politics through this media. It's mind-blowing. So the expectation of you thinking that there's going to be review bombing, well, yeah, you can kind of expect it, not because of the reasons, though, that they say that it is. This fan base has been around a long bloody time. The lore and canon of this universe has been fleshed out pretty well and pretty well discussed amongst those fans. Arguments have ensued, I have no doubt, between fans that disagree in regards to how some force ability is supposed to work. The funny thing is that once the canon is created and there is something to reference what is correct and what's not correct, that person effectively wins the debate, and the other person says, well, okay, I must have missed that. And they could always walk away being friends and all of that sort of thing. But to think, and this is only 635 people. Now, yeah, based on the fact that I'm a Star Wars fan that watches this stuff through a lens that Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars, and it keeps proving me to be right, I would think that a lot of people that do follow me and a lot of people that do subscribe to the channel are sort of thinking the same sorts of things. Oh, but Rhino, that's an echo chamber. Like, seriously, come on. You telling me you don't have the opposite echo chamber following you guys out there? Following your YouTube channels that sit there and literally their echo chamber is just seal claps. Just, oh, that's all you hear in their echo chamber. It's just clapping hands the whole time. But the thing is that this IP has been around so long that the fans that know this stuff inside out, even the normies, though, that know some of this stuff, when they speak to a full-on diehard Star Wars fan and the normie asks like, oh, how would this work? And then that person's got the answer and they explain it to them. They gain a bit more knowledge about the universe, a bit more about the lore of Star Wars. You know, some people still don't understand, and I think this is proven by the way that the Disney SEALs out there actually try and put down the prequels and put down the OT to heighten this garbage, right? When they go out and they attack and say, oh, look, George did this. Why can't we have this? It's like with the fire thing in space, right? Oh, George had explosions and fire and everything in space, and you're worried about this. There is the difference there. There's a distinction there, but they refuse to dive deep into that distinction and that difference. Mekadama, I'll get to your super chat very, very shortly. So again, the fact that this could be considered, let's say, a review bomb, like 2.4% think it's amazing. 2.4% think it's okay. That's like one vote. 7.1 think it's bad. And 88.2% think it's garbage. I think these are just passionate Star Wars fans that want to see Star Wars be Star Wars again. You know, it's really funny. A couple of weeks ago, I watched Empire Strikes Back again. And I was sort of thinking about it in comparison to the shows that we've had recently, whether or not you go back to even all the way back to the prequels, even all the way back to, the sequels, Rogue One, right? Rogue One, you know, and then moving through all the shows, The Mandalorian and all of the people talk about it feels like Star Wars. And there is something in that phrase of something feeling like Star Wars. I do believe that. And you know what? When I watched Empire Strikes Back, that felt like Star Wars. You know, even when you watch what I consider to be probably one of the worst Star Wars movies in Attack of the Clones, it still feels like Star Wars. The world feels so big. You know, the canon of that universe, the laws of that universe are still structured really, really well. You know, there was something in this last episode that, like, I noticed, and I'm like, again, they're just making this seem really small. You can feel that it is just a production, and it feels so fanfic. It feels so fan fictiony, right? And that moment is when you've got the green Jedi Master chick, the one with the light whip, and her soy boy assistant. Like, the fact that he's the only one that's got any lines, that's got any dialogue. You know what was so great about Ki-Adi-Mundi's line of the Jedi have been extinct for a millennia? You know what was so good about that? It was the fact that it wasn't just Yoda and Mace having a conversation and all of these other Jedi Masters listening. That one line expands the world and makes it think that not just these two are the ones making all the decisions. You know what I mean? It opens it up. But no, in Disney Star Wars, you've got them going to the planet at an instant. Hyperspace teleportation again. But yeah, you've got them going to the planet. They're on the planet. And, you know, the soy boy Jedi comes over and he's the only one having any form of dialogue in any scene whatsoever. The other two Jedi aren't even standing next to him, right? They're off like buying something from the local market. Why not have them there and have them contribute a line to the dialogue? You've got $180 million. You couldn't pay this person 10 grand to deliver a line? And the acting is so bad. It's another thing where they've just hired people we know why. The identity politics it's there. You can see it. And you promoted it that way. That made us all see it as it's happening. Was it the best person for the job? Did they go through I guess in Leslie's case, it's the casting couch, but did they go through an audition? So when I see things like this, all I think is that's passionate Star Wars fans that know their shit, that know that what they're seeing is actually shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me get these super chats. Maka Dharma, thank you for the $20. Says, I teach high school students 10 plus years. So you teach them for 10 plus years. They all tell me that they've never watched any of the Disney Star Wars shows. They all play video games, including remastered games and read manga. Inside Out, yes. Wow. Star Wars, no. Well, I guess I don't need to feel sorry for the kids because they're not even watching it. For the kids that are watching this and being told that it's amazing Star Wars, I truly feel sorry for them. They're not getting the Luke Skywalker story. They're not getting the hero's journey. They're not getting the lessons that we learned to decide to bring into our own real world lives, right, from these TV shows. They're not gaining any work ethic. They're not gaining anything through these mediums that they're showing. I don't even know if that's the right way of saying it. It's sad. It's truly sad. That's crazy. Thank you for the super chat. As a kid, like, think about it, guys. Think about like you're yourself as a kid. And the movies that you watched and the things that you loved. You know what? I watched Crimson Tide the other night. And what a fucking great movie that is. The suspense, the fact that's the way of telling a mystery story, really, in such an isolated space with so much at stake. They get orders to launch the nukes from the sub. Then just as they're receiving a new order, they get attacked and it cuts the message in half. They don't know whether or not they're actually supposed to launch it. There's a mutiny that happens, but then there's a mutiny on top of that mutiny from the other side that happens. You've got this conflict in this very tight location. It's acted so well. Like, we don't get movies like that anymore. Nothing that I've seen. Not even like, what's it called? Why am I blanking on it? Not Barbie, but Barbenheimer. What's the other one? Fucking, I got half the name in there and I fucking still can't think of it. Completely blanking. Like, even that movie about the nuclear bomb being made. Why am I blanking on it? Oppenheimer. Fuck, thanks, Michael. My God, I'm so retarded. Godzilla. Oppenheimer. Like, that's not even like some of the movies that we've had in the past. Like a movie like Crimson Tide. Man, and I've seen the movie before, and I was still sitting there on the edge of my seat going, my God, like, it was so entertaining and so enthralling. And you certainly don't think you're sitting there watching this movie for the length of time that the movie goes for. You know, if it's a 2-hour movie and it's so fucking great, have you ever gotten to the end of the movie and you're like, is that it? Is that it? I've been sitting here for 2 hours and that was great. But is that it? I want the story to continue. I'm sure you've seen a movie like that where you felt that way. We got Demogenai for $2 saying the Acolyte is such a crap show. I also can't believe it. Like, that's the thing, though. I will say it is unbelievably bad. That, like, you actually think that to yourself, you can't believe that this actually got made. You can't believe that this was the script that they went with. What I can't believe is that Pablo Hidalgo and Dave Filoni allowed a lot of this to happen. Once again, proving that Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars. It's something else with Star Wars labeled on it, but it's certainly not Star Wars. Mr. Bantham for $2 says, why make the Jedi act like police? So odd. Yeah, that's, again, it's not Star Wars. Like when you go back and you read like the old Republic novels, or you go back even to the Bane books in the Bane era, the Jedi that you see in that, it's got none of those elements in there. Police brutality. Like, oh man, this next episode of The Acolyte, we're going to get a flashback. And the way that they set it up was perfect. I actually predicted it like within the first few minutes of the episode. But the one thing I didn't predict was that Sol was going to figure out that it was May, lock her down in handcuffs to a bed. And that's how they're going to lead into the flashback through from, it's going to be one flashback, but it's going to be like Sol's telling the story to May, and doesn't he need to tell Osha? That's the thing. Like, why is he talking to May about it? Shouldn't he be talking to Osha about it? Doesn't May already know what's happened? Like, anyway, that's something else that's just ridiculous. But Osha putting the helmet on, and it's just her and the Force, and the Force is going to give her a vision, not from her perspective, obviously, from the Force's perspective, from the Thread's perspective. I don't know. From Smilo's perspective, I don't know. But they set up the flashback perfectly with Sol telling May and Osha putting the helmet on. Mercator for £2 says, defund the Jedi. Senate attack dogs. The Acolyte. Yeah. That's another thing that just doesn't make sense to me, is why the Jedi aren't telling, like all of these Jedi aren't telling the Jedi Council. And the thing is it is because there's some sort of cover-up. And I do have a couple of predictions, but for them to use the line that because they've got to report it to the Senate is the reason why we're not going to tell the council. How fucked in the head do you have to actually be to think that that's the case? Like even in the prequels, the Jedi weren't telling the Senate everything. Like when they found out about Camino. They didn't report straight to the Senate about this. They were trying to do their own Jedi investigations. It's Jedi business. Anyway, so that's the poll. We've talked a little bit about the review bombing. We do have a lot to get through. We're going to take our time today. No restriction on time. 4 hours, we go 4 hours. 5 hours, we go 5 hours. Simple as that. Now, I do want to touch on the We Are More of Us video for a second. What did I say? We are more of us? There's way more of us. Am I retarded or what today? Eight hours confirmed. 6 hours. Second star to the right. Yeah. All right. Let me bring this up. Okay, so there are obviously some people out there that took screenshots and responded. I would have thought that they would have wanted to try and ratio it, make it look worse than it is. So I did put out an extra statement. And the thing is the reason why I did this was because, look, there's a lot of people out there that are liked the video, sort of in agreement with its sentiments. Now, I do want to point out that it is essentially a parody of the cringe video that the SEALs made. And in a way, it is a response to it. But yes, there were people that didn't like it and that weren't in agreement with it. You know, hang on, where am I? This one here, where he says, I am an EU fan. I don't support this group of people. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to be in support of it at all. At least, like, it's like Trish says here, at least tag me in it. Like, let me see what you're saying. I'd like to see. But I made a response to it, and like even this person saying, no, you made a response because of the backlash you got. No, I don't care if you liked it or disliked it. I did it as a complete troll to the idiots out there that think that Disney Star Wars is Star Wars. It's not. It's so far removed from Star Wars. And the funny thing is even in this video that we made, we mentioned that there's no room for shippers. And what do we get in this last episode? A confirmation of that's what inspired Leslie Headland to make this episode the way that she made it, was the Reylo stuff. The fan fiction shippers out there. She made it for them. That's not Star Wars. That's not Star Wars. So the reason why I did this, and I actually said this, was because there were people saying that we were grifters. There were people saying that the EU was never canon. There were people saying that, oh, why are you using a line from The Rise of Skywalker? I thought I'd just answer it all in one message. And then I was writing back to some of them, and then I'd write the same message again, just different, obviously, slightly different, to another person that had the same comment. It's like, if you want this, I'm going to reply basically something to this extent to you if you have that kind of criticism. So why not just put out a blank letter statement sort of thing, basically saying my responses to those people. If they read it, they read it. If they don't, they don't. That's it. It's the only reason why I did it. And it did do exactly what I wanted it to do. I want to make it very clear. This video did exactly what I wanted it to do. This is a parody / response to the cringe video the Shills / Seals made, and it completely triggered them, which it did. People can think that it's cringe, pathetic, sad, and lame all they like. I don't care. Based on the response, I think it proves that there are way more of us. All the people in this video are not grifters. What a joke that statement is. We are just passionate, real Star Wars fans that are sick of being called racist, sexist, misogynistic bigots by the Disney Star Wars racist, sexist, misandrous bigots for not liking Disney Star Wars and its canon, lore, and continuity breaking ways. I'm certainly not in it for the money. I don't need the $5 that badly. I really didn't need it this year, that's for sure. I did really well at work this year. LOL, that's just a bonus. So the people claiming the EU was never canon, Disney thought it was canon because they decanonized it. How can you decanonize something that was never canon? It's not a rhetorical question. I want an answer. Yes, this line, yes, the line the Shills used was from The Rise of Skywalker. There's more of us. Quotes. If you think we can't use that with a little twist, it's just because it's from Disney Star Wars. Well, that's just ridiculous. The line, that's not how the Force works. Where is it?
That's not how the Force works.
The line, that's not how the Force works. We use the line, that's not how the Force works, all the time to describe shitty Disney Star Wars. And then this is them. You can't meme a line from something you hate. Keep coping and crying. Oh, and again, it's a parody. If you liked and appreciated the video, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you didn't like it and also don't like Disney Star Wars, I'm sorry you couldn't see the joke/troll in it. If you didn't like it and you love Disney Star Wars, I guess you love fake shitty Star Wars and its new fan base, and I feel sorry for you. People are trying to say that me writing this is like a cope for the backlash that I got for making this video. And I don't think any one of the people that are in this video are, quote unquote, ashamed of it or anything like that, despite what people want to try and throw at us. Whereas the shills got shamed into deleting theirs and removing theirs. Why? Because it didn't have enough diversity in their fucking video. What, you can't stand by the words just because there's not enough diversity? Oh, and one of the people in there had been catfishing everyone, being completely dishonest, not only with the just the general fan out there of their channel or whatever, but being dishonest with the people that she got close to. So again, you guys out there, you can cope all you like, honestly. But we put this video out as a parody/response to the shills. You might disagree with some of it. You might agree with some of it. But I think it's well shown now that we don't, in Star Wars, there really isn't a place for pronouns, for shippers, for Dave Filoni, Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant. Everything that we say in this, despite the fact that it's a parody, is pretty much true. We believe, right, that Disney isn't canon, and we believe that the EU is canon. That is our canon. If you want to talk about my truth, use their shit against them. Well, my truth is that Disney Star Wars isn't canon and the EU is canon. The EU is real Star Wars. George the Giant Slayer's in the freaking chat, guys. How you doing, George? Good to see you, man. I've been loving some of your videos recently, dude. Fucking great stuff. If you're not subscribed to George the Giant Slayer, even though he's fucking rocking it out there, go and give him a sub. He's done some great videos. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on that because, again, these people are such pussies as well, that they're responding to the tweet by taking screenshots of it. Like, to me, that's bitch made. That's such a bitch made thing. Subbed him just this week. Awesome. There you go, George. And I'm doing well. Thank you. Doing very well. I've gotten to a point now where I can, like, it's still, the anger's still there, right? It still sparks up. And I think we noticed that last week. But it's more so that now I can actually laugh at it. I'm now at a point where I can actually laugh at it, which I'm happy about. Great to hear you nailed their butts to the wall. Yeah. I find it hilarious, some of the responses that we got to that video. I really do. I really do. The one that I don't like is anyone that's thought that maybe it was like they thought that it was maybe a good video, but maybe we're a little bit too scared to do anything with it because of the response that, like, I mean, look at the audience score for the Acolyte right now. I can guarantee you there's more actual Star Wars fans out there that think a lot of the things that we said in that video. Even the thing, I saw Junkman's video in response to it and how he thought it was cringe and all of this kind of thing. And even the opening line where we say Star Wars is for everyone. First of all, we were copying what they did, right? Half of the video is actually line for line what they said. We just changed some of the middle parts of it. But anyway, Star Wars is for everyone. If they want to get into Star Wars, right? The point is that it's for everyone when it comes to all age groups. It's for everyone when it comes to whether or not you're a male or a female. It's for everyone whether or not you're white or black. It doesn't matter. It is for everyone if you're interested in it. That's the point of the opening line of Star Wars is for everyone. The story is timeless. My sister, she's never watched a Star Wars movie. She knows it's so funny how if I said to her, oh, what does it mean if I say I'm not your father? She knows it. She's never seen it. It's amazing how something that culturally important has been able to get into the head of a person that is not even close to interested in Star Wars. But see, that's also too what the shills and the seals out there think Star Wars is. It's the mystery box and then opening that mystery box and like they need that shock value. And that's why you constantly see the shill face. Because it needs to be shocking when it's not even that shocking. You know what I mean? Because all they know is that Star Wars had the I am your father. Star Wars had the revelation that Leia was Luke's brother. Crazy. You know? That's why in Andor, when everybody sees the holocrons sitting on the shelf behind him, or seeing the temple guard's helmet, or seeing the tablets for the world between worlds, the hand, the rock, and the fist that the wolves happen to make appear and disappear, or you see Starkiller's armor, or you see the shield from the Gungans, or whatever it is, right? As long as it references Star Wars, it doesn't matter about the story. These are the problems that I actually have with Andor. Let's ignore the fact that Bail Organa isn't in this story and not very, very important to the creation of the rebellion. Leia's father. Let's see. Taker 610 for $5 says, imagine if Disney gave us competent and competent and confident, heroes and villains whose motivations make sense with a plot that isn't enabled by stupidity. It's so funny that I could say that statement about Andor. And Andor is the most, probably out of all the TV shows, the most praised. But 100%, take a 610, you are 100% right. Imagine giving us competent and confident heroes and villains and actually gave them motivations. This is the thing. I've been hearing a lot of people this week saying, write what you know. And Leslie Headland certainly has done that in this episode. But if we look at it as a whole, the 6 episodes that we've seen so far, write what you know, she's dumb. She is really fucking dumb. It's like that meme, that guy. You're so dumb. That guy on the street that did that interview. Maybe I should get that as a clip. Dumb as hell. No, see, I'm sorry, Doom Guy. Like, that's fine. If you think that Mando Season 1 and Mando Season 2 were great, I disagree. I disagree. And look, I know that I keep repeating myself, but can anyone explain to me how a tracking fob works? They create and invent things in the Star Wars galaxy. In Mando Season 1 and Mando Season 2, you've got hyperspace teleportation, just like you do now. Time doesn't exist. It's been the same thing for a long time. It's taken a long time to get to a point where it's fully infiltrated now, where there is no story, there is no plot, there is no character motivations at all, right? There might have been a small bit of Mando's character motivations in Season 1. We don't really understand them, or the only thing that we can go by is that he wants to save Grogu because he was saved as a kid, right? But when you start narrowing it down, when you start actually talking about it, why can Grogu force heal? He's not a part of a dyad, when the explicit explanation, and this is the other thing that the Disney Star Wars fans always talk about, they've got to explicitly say it. Well, they explicitly said it in a book. Does that mean that it's not canon? Because to them, yes, that does mean that it's not canon. There's so much wrong with Season 1 and 2 of Mando that Season 3 was the culmination of a story that they had no real plan for. Even the way Ahsoka acts in Mando Season 2. She fought side by side with Mandalorians. He walks over there with Grogu, puts Grogu down on a rock, and her first instinct is to jump down from a tree and attack him. That's her first instinct. Doesn't seem very Jedi of her, but I guess she is no Jedi until she does need to be a Jedi. These things need to make sense. And the creators of the canon need to be the ones that explain how the canon works. Create the laws. They don't do that, but they don't need to do that. And we've talked about that. You know why they don't need to do that? Because this is the response to their garbage. They don't need to. That's one question that I would ask Dave Filoni if I was ever able to interview him or talk to him. I'd ask him, how does a tracking fob work? And why didn't Bulba use one in Empire Strikes Back when he was trying to find Han Solo and track Han Solo? Okay. Okay. Oh, man. The sensory deprivation, focusing the Force. Like, again, they basically just made up some bullshit so they can go into her having a vision of what actually really happened. They're just making up bullshit now. Focuses the Force. It's just you and the Force, nothing else. The thing is like, if let's say Osha has had her like mind changed by Soul or someone like that or something like that, I don't, based on when we see Osha's perspective or POV of what actually happened 16 years in the past, he doesn't need to do any of that. What does he need to cover up for Osha if that is like a thing that they've done? it's all speculation at the moment anyway. We need these last 2 episodes to finally wrap up this garbage story. And do you really think that they're going to be able to tell the story well enough based on what we've seen? No fucking chance, man. No way. Oh, Brett for $2. I missed this one. Did you get shot by a rubber bullet this year? No. No, I didn't. I didn't get I wasn't at any of those things. If you're talking about like those protests where they were shooting people with rubber bullets. Let's see. Mr. Grant Gregory, how you doing, Grant? Good to see you. For $2 says Sith is now a derogatory term used by the Jedis. Well, yes, that we're about to go into that. But before we do, let me get this one as well for £5. I'd ask Filoni, is it true you are not allowed within 15 miles of a wolf due to the depraved actions you committed upon one previously? That's a good question. What is your obsession with wolves, Dave? And what does that have in connection to Ahsoka? When Ahsoka finally dies and transforms into the Force, she's going to turn into a wolf. She's going to turn into a wolf. But yes, we're about to go into what Mr. Grant Gregory here was talking about. I think I don't even know. Let me bring it up. So over the course of the Acolyte coming out, there's been a lot of articles, a lot of people talking about the lore destruction that this show has actually done. Whether it be Ki-Adi-Mundi and his age, or the fact that he even knows that there's a Sith, or the fact that he doesn't know that there's a Sith, what's actually going on, the cover-up, the fact that they're not going to the council to give them the information, or any of these kinds of things. The fact that we're getting stuff like this is an absolute joke, and once again proves my point that Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars. Now, I don't think that this is what they were actually going for when they mention the line that they're going to mention. But at the end of the day, the fact that this is even a conversation, the fact that this is even a thing, goes to show how much these people, and possibly even the people creating Star Wars, not possibly, definitely the people creating the current Star Wars, actually don't know about the lore, the continuity, the history of Star Wars, the history of certain elements of Star Wars, and the fact that they do just want to change it. So this from Screen Rant says, there is actually a history of Jedi creating derogatory terms for dark side users. So it's not too much of a leap to think that Sith Sith itself was a derogatory term used by the Jedi to describe their enemy. Khmer even hints at this. The Sith is a derogatory slur used by the Jedi. When we actually go to the article, Star Wars may have just massively retconned Sith history with one line. Well, guess what? the fact that you're even implying that this is a thing, and I don't know whether or not you're okay with it or not. Any Star Wars fan that I know that would see something like this would think that there's something wrong with that. Because if you know the history of the Sith was a species. The Sith was a species in the Star Wars galaxy. It evolved into what it is and what we actually see. But the Sith were an alien race, 100%. Sith were an alien race. That I believe used dark side of the Force. And then when it evolved into what it became, it is now what we see in the movies today. So basically what they're trying to say is that Kamir's line saying the Jedi would consider him a Sith, like refer to him as Sith, is like, well, we're not Sith, but you'd call us a Sith because it's some kind of slur or something. No, this is, again, them just changing Star Wars for the sake of, I don't know what, making it their own. And as a Star Wars fan, and as any Star Wars fan should be, I'm pissed off and offended by the fact that they're even considering that this is a thing. Oh, but that Sith stuff was all established in the expanded universe. It's no longer canon. We can change it to make it something that it's not. Oh, Dave, isn't that rude? Isn't that rude to take something from the EU and make it something that it's not? In fact, I'm going to play that clip. Here we go. Good thing I've got the exact moment saved in my bookmarks. Let me see if I need to go back a little bit here. Oh, I was in the perfect spot. Here we go. Let me know if you don't have audio. You should, though.
That exists. And I've always leaned towards if we're going to create something, we should check and see if it existed already to the fans, because it has way more value if we bring that in. And It's like, why would I just replace it with something new? So if we're going to do an admiral, if we're going to do a big military leader, yeah, I could create a new guy, sure. But what about Thrawn? Thrawn is great. Thrawn is a character we all know. Thrawn has a lot of credibility. So then you ask yourself, is it right to use him? And can we use him in a way that's similar to the books? Or are we using him and it's going to go completely into left field? And there have been times when we wanted to use things from the EU, and I was like, yeah, but we can't use it that way. So why? I don't want to use it and change it. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't want to use it and make it something completely different. That's rude.
Oh, that's rude, Dave. That's rude to take something that's, established and completely change it. Everything that Disney's done when it comes to taking something from the EU, making it something that it's not, in the eyes of Dave Filoni, that's rude. I wonder if he took those sentiments when he brought Thrawn into the Ahsoka series. But that runs straight in line with this as well. The fact that the Sith was a derogatory term. Like, this is real world bullshit. It's like saying that we can't use the word faggot anymore because, oh, it's a derogatory term. That's what it is. It's real world politics and real world bullshit that they're actually trying to bring in and make it something that it's not. Before you come out, Screen Rant, and you make an article like this, and I know that you talk about it further down here, right? But what you do when you do talk about it further down here is that you try and justify it. You try and say, look, see? The Sith back in the EU, back in the past, might have claimed the slur for their own identity. Why are we even using these words? Is it because these are the real words that we use in real world time period right now? I know Screen Rant is garbage. And I know most of these outlets are actually garbage. Like I said, I did a video not too long ago, 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, or something like that, where I talked about how these publishers come out and they say one thing, and then a couple of days later, it's like they've flipped on that, but that article's still out, but then they'll flip on that. In what? Defense of Disney's corporate bullshit? Anyway, the fact that they are using the Sith name, the possibility of it even coming in as being a slur. So what's like, okay, so if, let's say, the word faggot is a slur on gay people, then what are Sith if that's the derogatory term for them? Oh, they're just a dark Jedi. No, dark Jedi are different to Sith. Established that they are different to Sith. So what is it? I can't stand stuff like this because it's like I said, Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars. The more that they change, the less Star Wars it actually becomes. And again, if you're one of those people sitting out there saying, well, that story was established in the EU, that's not canon anymore, so that's not Star Wars, and what they're doing and the way that they want to spin it is Star Wars, it's the same thing that they did with the Rule of Two, right? The Rule of Two was a master to embody the power, a Sith to crave it. Sorry, an apprentice to save it. An apprentice to crave it. The apprentice wouldn't recruit an apprentice of their own to then for those two to power up against this master. That's not how the Rule of Two works. The Rule of Two was designed that the Sith would get more and more and more and more and more powerful. It's very explicitly explained in the Bane novel that, you know, what used to happen was, you know, a Sith apprentice or something would get a whole heap of his Sith buddies and all of them would take out the master, but then that would weaken the order because you'd have weaker people that have taken out a stronger adversary. But they changed the Rule of Two because now it's 2 Sith to rule them all. Which is almost going back to what the Brotherhood was sort of doing. The Brotherhood of Darkness. In a sense, they considered everyone to be equal. Well, they considered everyone to be equal. I think in their own individual minds, they thought that they were more powerful or, you know, they are Sith still at the end of the day, or at least they were an order of Sith, you could say. Anyway, I'm just sick of articles like this where, you know, they even mention in their title that this is a massive retcon to Sith history. What makes it okay to do that? In your eyes? But then there's more. But then there's more. So Collider recently has been very, very busy. Very, very busy writing bullshit article after bullshit article. So there was this, a lot of people have talked about this. This isn't the actual highlight of what I want to talk about here. But this has been talked about by a lot of people. Star Wars' biggest problem is the fans. I mean, this falls on deaf ears now with a lot of people. With a lot of people, this falls on deaf ears. I mean, there was that inverse article where they said, Star Wars isn't the problem, you are. Again, pointing the fingers at the fans. That you're the problem. You're the ones that are, you know. And I think this is the article where Leslie Headland actually does talk about the review bombing and how it was expected and all of that sort of thing. But the thing that I really want to talk about from Collider is this. The Acolyte's hottest ship. You read it right. The Acolyte's hottest ship is built on them being equals. There's no manipulation. Sorry. Again, my dyslexia. There's no manipulation. This article basically goes on to talk about how the intention was to put shipping specifically into the show, despite how that makes you feel or think about if the characters should be even doing this. Leslie Headland says it's so clear what's going on between Osha and Khmer, I don't know, in The Acolyte. None of this makes sense because she's just not witnessed him killing all of her friends, killing all of the people that she knows. And people are lapping this up. The shipping is going absolutely insane. The shipping's going absolutely insane. And I love the fact that we talked about that in that parody video that we did, where we said that there's no room for shippers. Well, not only are there people out there shipping characters, but they decided to pander to that particular side of the fan base in this episode. Collider says, 1 year ago, I looked you in the eyes at Star Wars Celebration and I asked you if we were getting enemies to lovers in the Acolyte, and you looked at us, what? And you looked at us now. Oh, and look at us now. Sorry. And look at us now. Who would have thought? Leslie Headland's response is, we made it. And then she laughs in her cackling laugh, I have no doubt. Somehow we made it. I was terrified when you asked me that question because I'm not a great actor. No, well, you're certainly not a great director either. I was like, just tell her no and move on. So when she asked her at Star Wars Celebration, she must have had this reaction, right? Because then it goes on and the Collider interviewer says, there was definitely panic in your eyes. How does she know? Luckily, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't on video. It's only up here in my mind. And then Leslie, thank God. So during the interview, they obviously didn't ask it. It must have been either after they finished or before they started filming or whatever the case may be. But then she goes on to basically, I'm not going to read this, but then basically goes on to say that there's a bit of debate out there in regards to the name of the ship that we want, right? Whether or not it's Oshmere or whether or not it's Oshamir. And she says, I like Oshamir personally. I like her full name. Of course, it's got to be her full name and not his full name because you just hate all men. This is cringe as hell. Cringe as hell. The fact that we're getting this dynamic where the people creating the show are pandering to these quote unquote Disney fans, right? When the other thing too is like, we're supposed to be being told that this is for like 12-year-olds. Like, why are you criticizing it? It's for 12-year-olds. Like, everything that I saw in this episode would confuse not only the shit out of a 12-year-old, but those dynamics that we see, that creepiness that we see in this episode, that's beyond me. How this is actually made for 12-year-olds. Star Wars is for everyone that wants to be a part of it. But the fact that they're bringing in the shipping, you know, Leslie went on to say how she was inspired by the Reylos, by the fanfic that's out there. Crazy. And I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. I said in my review as well, this is like, we've heard Leslie Edlin talk about how she had problems with her sister and how this is going to reflect a bit of that. We've also heard from Leslie Edlin about how this is going to reflect her queer identity. A lot of the shit that comes out of Leslie Edlin's mouth, Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant, is all based on like her own life, right? Her own experiences. I watched this show and all I can think is, Leslie, if this is what your head is like, if this is what is going on in your head right now, I do feel sorry for you. I do. Like, this is a nightmare. This is a mess. I don't think I could live. I don't think I could have enough denial in my life to warrant getting through life with this going on in my head. It's so skewed and so doesn't make any sense that oh, God. I know I couldn't live with myself. All right. So Demogenite for $5. Thank you, dude. Good to see you, D. Says, not to mention, they call themselves Sith. They call themselves Sith Lords. They call them Dark Lords of the Sith. That's right. They've got, you know, that they basically take on a new persona, a new name, kill the old name. You know, Anakin to Vader, Palpatine to Sidious, Damask to Plagueis. Like the. Anyway, not to mention they call themselves Sith Lords. How the fuck is that derogatory? By the way, the only canon is the 6 movies and the EU, period. I agree with that sentiment. Absolutely. But yeah, how the fuck is it derogatory? That's like, I want an answer to that. I actually want an answer to that. So what do Sith call themselves when it's obviously the derogatory name of them is Sith? Yes, maybe they adopted it, but what was it before they adopted it? You know. What's the white spots on your shirt? White spots. If anything, there might be some white fluff from the cat's fur. I don't know if you're being cheeky there or not, but thank you, Brett. All right. Where are we going next? Where are we going next? Fluff right in front of my face. He looked down. That's what I thought he was saying. Like, fucking jizz everywhere? What the fuck? All right. Episode review. We're getting there. We are getting there. Let me see. What was this one? Oh, here we go. Let me just bring this up. This is what we were talking about earlier in regards to the review bombing, right? I should probably make this bigger. There we go. So the review bombing. So Leslie Headland on Star Wars fans review bombing the Acolyte. So this is what she says. This is her quote. I was like, does anybody take this seriously anymore? Now, I don't know whether or not she's actually talking specifically about the review bombing or whether or not she's talking about the actual shows, whether or not people take these shows seriously anymore. I think she might be talking about specifically the review bombing, though. Like, do people actually look at the reviews and actually then take that on board? I think a lot of people do still take that on board. Leslie, I think they do. But if you are talking about whether or not people take Star Wars seriously anymore, the Disney Star Wars shills certainly don't. Because you're allowed to do this mess of a story. You're allowed to destroy the lore and the canon and the continuity of Star Wars, and they'll seal clap their way through it. So no, they don't take it seriously anymore. Real Star Wars fans, yes, we do still take it seriously. And the fact that you're constantly out there destroying it, and the mainstream media is saying that you're retconning and doing this and doing that, they can see it too, but they're willing to try and defend you on it. She goes on to say, if you're in the Star Wars fandom, you already know what review bombing is. Behind the scenes, the way this is written out, like, man, I hate actually reading people's quotes because it can be all over the place. And she is all over the place because she's one of those chronic lying pieces of shit. Behind the scenes, we all know what it is. It's not that it's not concerning, really. But I think it's pretty expected. Well, it's only expected if you know that you've created something absolutely shit. Because if you had made something Star Wars, and apparently she's so proud, this is the best and the most important piece of art she's ever created. If it was actually good and you thought that it was going to hold up in the Star Wars galaxy, then this wouldn't be pretty expected. If it was actually good Star Wars, how can you say that? How can you possibly say that? So, again, to me, that's just now cope. That's all cope. Where am I? And last but not least, I was going to do a video on this, but I don't know. I just didn't really care in the end. Boba Fett star Tamara Morrison says that he's been trying to nudge Lucasfilm to develop another season of the Book of Boba Fett. It needs more nudging. I mean, these actors must literally just follow the Disney Star Wars shills, the Disney Star Wars seals. They don't see the major amounts of criticism that this show got from Star Wars fans. Like a Bantha, what they did to Tuskens, what they did to Tatooine lore. The planet has its own fucking lore. And then each individual species and character within that, on that planet, then has its own lore. That's how deep Star Wars lore and canon goes. You want to make it, make it. Because you know, all we're going to do is sit here and laugh at it. Talk about how ridiculous it is, that little spinning move with the blaster. Shit like that, do it. Riding the Rancor, because Rancor now are just misunderstood, depressed creatures if they don't get the love they need. Like, honestly, do it, Disney. Isn't it great? Isn't every Star Wars project you ever come out with the now best Star Wars project you've ever come out with? Why aren't you making it? Why aren't you making an Obi-Wan Kenobi season 2? What's the problem, Disney? What's the problem? You know, there was a moment in this episode where they use ADR, and this is in the Acolyte. They use ADR because what happened, right? At the end of the last episode, all the fans were talking about the fact that Sol just left the Jedi there and the lightsabers there and you know, scavengers and the respect that the Jedi don't have for their dead and all of that kind of thing. And you know what they did? They ADR'd in a line, and I swear they only did it in this last week before episode 6 dropped. They ADR'd a line in for Green Chick to say, prepare the dead for burial or something like that. And it is blatant. Like, you can tell it's a completely different microphone in a completely different room. You know why they did that? Because they listened to the criticism of the story and the plot and what we know and the characters and the Jedi. But I thought, who cares? Why would you have to ADR that in? Why would you have to even bother? Because you know why? Because what was going to happen was that they were going to arrive at the planet, see all these dead Jedi, and just leave. Just like Sol did. That's what they were going to do. And if they had have done that, one of the criticisms coming from real fans and real people that can see problems with the story and the plot and all of this kind of thing would have sat there and gone, oh, so it's not just Sol that's a piece of shit and doesn't honor his dead at all. It must be the entire Jedi Order. Now that they've become one with the Force is what they'll say. They'll just leave the dead there. That's what was going to happen. That's what was going to happen. You want to see it? You want to see how bad this... and I know I'm jumping through the breakdown here. I think throughout the entire streams of these, like the entire stream pretty much is the breakdown because I'll bring up stuff. Here we go. Oh, and again, talking about trying to set up like a mystery, right? The fact that Smilo has said that he was a former Padawan, the fact that he's got a whiplash like look on his back, and the fact that the green chick seems to be the one that's doing the most covering up. I mean, if it's not, well then, yeah, you've subverted my expectations. Okay, here we go. Ah, damn it. Ah! All right, I'm going to pause it right there. Check this out. Like, and really listen again to the audio here.
It's time to get back to the ship. We should prepare these bodies for burial.
Do you hear that?
But if he did this, why would he send us a distress signal?
It's time to get back to the ship. We should prepare these bodies for burial.
It is so noticeable. It is so noticeable. Why did they add that in? Why did they ADR that line in? Because they got a lot of backlash for not having Jedi acting like Jedi, for just leaving their dead behind. Actually listen to some of the legitimate criticisms out there, and they thought that they better make a correction or else things would just get worse. Did she even say anything when she was walking back there, or did she just go, it's time to get out of here, and then just walked? And then that's what I'm saying. Like, there wasn't that line there before. Let me get rid of some of these tabs. So, Leslie, the fact that you expected review bombing, tells you a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, just straight Zoom called that shit in, for sure. For sure. Happy 4th of July to you too. Hope you've all celebrated your independence with some grog, some barbecue, fireworks, all the good fun shit. Spending some time with friends or family, and family. Okay. I just want to bring up this really quickly. Leslie Headland confirms the planet in the Acolyte episode 6 is not Octu. The Sith stays there because cortosis, can be mined there. And this is another thing too, like they clearly don't know what it really takes to mine cortosis. One guy can do it with his little thing. It's an uncharted planet that they haven't mapped. So to me, it's just laziness. It's just laziness, right? And the fact that they even tell the audience that it's an unknown planet, right? Like, it can still be an unknown planet and an uncharted planet and still have a name to the audience. You know, it could be unmapped and uncharted to the Jedi. You know, Osha doesn't know where she is. That's fine. It's fine. But to have the audience just left, another mystery box. Where is this planet? How far is it from where they were? That's a great question, actually, in regards to time. How far away is this planet from the forest planet that they were on where they killed the Wookiee? Because in the time that it's taken Osha and Smilo to leave that planet and get to this planet, Sol and May, and basically just really they didn't even they already got back to their ship, right? In the time that Smilo went over and sort of partially force healed Osha on the ground and turned her over, Sol and May had already made it back to the ship. But then them being on the ship, they haven't even left the planet yet, and Smilo and Osha are already off the planet and on another planet. What's wrong with their ship? Well, oh man, there's the problem with this, and the problem with breaking this episode down, or even this entire series, to be honest with you, is like the amount of times you ask how and the amount of times you ask why. And there just being no answer for either question. Is like, I don't know how you explain it. I just don't know how you explain it. I heard it's a planet Plagueis is from or something. Name it. I'm sick of people trying to use headcanon to explain their bullshit away. And what they do is that they wait for everybody to explain their headcanon, and then they take the most likely situation, the most likely one, and use that. Again, that line that I showed you where they ADR'd that in proves that they're listening to the criticism. The problem is that they're correcting, some of the most minor bits of criticism. How about instead of going along with the whole fact that, Sith is a derogatory term, how about somebody comes out from Lucasfilm and makes a statement and says, no, he wasn't stating, the way he's phrased it wasn't to state that it was a derogatory term that the Jedis use. But no, they don't do that. They let the people out there fight amongst themselves. They let the people out there use their headcanon to explain the shit away. All right. Well, we're pretty much at the point of doing the actual breakdown, so let's do that. But before I do, I am going to run to the bathroom and top up my drink. So I got to give you guys something to watch. Oh, God damn it. The problem is I don't have long enough clips. Like, fuck it. 2.5 minutes. I'm going to play your nap time. We'll put in like a proper commercial break here. All right, here we go. I'll be right back. Very, very soon.
Mom, can I have a popsicle?
No, honey, you'll spoil your...
Hey parents, tired of those out-of-control kids? Throwing embarrassing tantrums wherever they go. At the grocery store, on the playground, even at the dinner table. You've had it with parenting, but wait, there is a solution. Introducing Nap Time, the latest, most effective tool for child tantrum prevention. It's simple. Just douse a rag with our patented Sleepy Time formula, place it over your child's cry hole, press and hold gently for 8 to 12 seconds, and presto, no more tantrum.
I was beginning to think adoption was the only way out. Then a friend of mine introduced me to Nap Time. It's never been so quiet around here.
The secret lies in Naptime's revolutionary fast-to-sleep formula. Developed by military-trained scientist doctors from NASA, Naptime's powerful molecules rush to the child's brain on contact, gently inducing instant tranquility.
This is chloroform.
Already put those wallet-draining crap factories out on the street? That's okay. Nap time works in any situation. On the golf course. An awkward blind date.
I had a really good time tonight.
It even works on pets.
After we had our first child here, we regretted it almost immediately.
We didn't know that she'd cry so much.
Talk about defective. But thanks to nap time, our little Samantha here hasn't made a noise in weeks. I keep her in a shoebox.
Call now and we'll send you your very own 24-ounce bottle of Naptime solution for only 23 easy payments of $1.99. But wait, there's more! Act quickly and you'll also receive the all-new Dream Sack absolutely free. It's compact and portable for those on-the-go tantrums. Just cover it, tighten it, and forget about it. It's that simple.
We can't breathe good.
So if this looks familiar...
I feel pregnant.
Then don't wait! Order today and join the millions of Americans who just can't stop saying...
Thanks, nap time.
Thanks, nap time.
Thanks, nap time.
Nap time! When they just won't shut up. Nap time is not legal in the following states.
There you go. Nap time. Get your spray bottle today. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Mike Hill for $5 says another tweet someone posted said the name of the planet is Beldemnik, mentioned in Plagueis novel. Okay. Well, to me, then if it is, then that destroys it, Plagueis even more. Because if this is like an ex-Jedi that's turned to the dark side and is learning the ways of the Sith, he's a rival. He's a rival to Plagueis and he's a rival to Tenebrous. And that's even if those characters even exist anymore. It's like I said, it would not surprise me in the slightest if they remove the element, they retcon the element that Plagueis is Palpatine's master. I'd have to rewatch Revenge of the Sith. Maybe I'll rewatch it tonight. But I don't remember an explicit time where Palpatine says that he was his apprentice. He was the apprentice to Plagueis. He mentions that, it's ironic that his apprentice killed him in his sleep, but he doesn't ever say that I was his apprentice. So it's not to say that Disney can't just say, oh, Plagueis was actually 500 years in the past. And Palpatine just knew the story and used that story to manipulate Anakin. And I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. With everything else that they have done, it would not surprise me. Now, this episode, the dialogue's really bad in this episode. There's a couple of specific moments that I'm going to talk about. But we start with Osha waking up again on this whole different planet. She's got to show off the fact that she didn't get force healed, like proper force healed. There was a little bit of healing in there that he must have done. But it isn't powerful enough to heal her completely. Right? So she wakes up and she's just snooping around. She goes and has a look into the bag where there's May's clothes. And then she comes out and she's basically dressed like May. Right? And it basically just zooms out and you get a, $2 million image. And the unknown planet, it gets titled. And she's looking out at the docking station with the ship on it, right? Now, just looking at that, right, the distance there, it doesn't look really far away, but it does look far enough away that you probably wouldn't necessarily attempt to swim it. But there's another shot that I want to show you, which is like, okay, that's a little ridiculous. Then Smilo actually shows up out of nowhere behind her. Got to be careful with this shit. I don't care if it gets copyright claimed. I really don't care about the claim. I care about it being blocked. You show too much and they'll block it. And he's there. Now, I made a prediction in my last video, in my last review of this episode, that I think that Smilo has access to the world between worlds. What makes me say that? Well, during all the fights, you know when he takes down Jackie and slices one of the lightsabers and she throws it to the ground and she looks up and he's gone? There's another moment with Soul. Mute it, Rhino, just video. I could do that. Sometimes it doesn't help, but I will do that. Yeah, maybe he's got access to the world between worlds and he's just popping in and out of it. He's observing through the window and he's seeing where everyone's at and he can just jump in at any point. It would make me wonder whether or not he is able to actually jump, like use the world between worlds to end up on the ship that May and Sol are on and just kill Sol, and like he could just pop out of the world between worlds and stab him right in the back. He wouldn't even need to go into the world. He could just put his lightsaber through the window and stab him in the back. And then take May and, I don't know, I think he wants to kill her. I mean, I don't, who knows? But yeah, he just appears out of nowhere. And then she follows him. We cut back to Sol being on the ship. And he's trying to communicate, and there's something wrong with the ship. Something wrong with the communications. And then later on, the power goes down. Now, I've seen people out there trying to say that it was Basil. I think that's his name. The little sniffer dog, right? That was sabotaging the ship. Why would he want to sabotage Sol's ship? Why would he want to sabotage his ability to get back up? Why would he want to sabotage the communications? Why would he want to sabotage the ship? As we see later on, he's the one that tells Sol, well, we don't know that, but he is standing behind him. He is the one that basically identifies to Sol that it is May. And then Sol stuns her. Why didn't he, when you first see, let me just jump forward here a little bit. This bit here, right? She's just exited the cockpit. Why doesn't he just run upstairs and tell Sol that it's not Osha? Why do we have to go through this bullshit of like, oh, but also too, Yord was the only one that could actually understand what this creature was saying. So how then later on does he identify, how does he communicate that to Sol later in the episode? But then on top of that, why isn't Sol sensing this stuff? Breezy's Comics and Collectibles, I just want to get this really quickly for his 2-month member chat, says, this show is so gay, man. It really is. And hail Americas. Hail. Happy 4th. What's happening with my mouse? Sorry, everything's just sort of frozen. Like, I'm moving my mouse and the cursor's... Oh. No. What's happening here? Brett, I got it. Brett for $2 says, "What's your situational disability?" Cats? Yeah, that's my problem. My situational disability is my cats. That's funny. I don't know what happened there. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Everything just froze up for a sec. So yes, Sol. I just don't understand why the ship is busted, right? In the last episode, these Jedi in this ship landed on the planet, walked away from their ship, went to, had that fight in the forest with Smilo. Then Sol and May come back to the ship, and the ship's broken, like immediately broken. It is purely conveniences and things that need to happen so that Sol doesn't actually report back the specific word Sith, first of all. It's funny that even in his transmission here, he doesn't even mention Sith. He just says, "My entire team is dead." But to anybody that's trying to use their headcanon to say that it was Basil that did it, then ask yourself why. Why would he do that? Why would he remove their ability by essentially shutting down the power as well? Why would he remove their ability to move in space? Why would he remove their ability to communicate? Justin, Star Wars Marvel Purist for his 7-month member chat says, "Real Sith drains and skills. Trains and skills? I don't know. Drains and skills. Drains and kills, sorry. Dyad Twins. Episode 9. Yeah. Oh, man. Maybe. Like, this is the thing. All they're trying to do is validate the prequels, the sequels. Through everything that they've done in more recent times. So May goes and looks for a knife, and she comes up, and this is the scene that I actually had to do a breakdown on, because this one scene depicts the breaks in lore, canon, and continuity in one foul swoop. And I'm going to break it down with you again. If you didn't watch my my review of it, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So, May comes upstairs. Now, the fact that when she gets close to Sol, and Sol says Osha, like actually refers to her because he knows that she's in the room, means that he can sense her, right? Because he hasn't turned around. It's not like he's turned around and realized that she's there, continued trying to do what he's doing, and then talks to her. He doesn't turn around at all. But she's creeping up to him with a knife. He's trying to fix the thing. So yeah, okay, he's distracted. He is distracted. And he's just seen the death of his own Padawan, as well as other Jedi Knights that were probably his friends. Probably a little bit grieving inside, a little bit distraught by what he's just experienced and what's just happened. The fact that we haven't seen a Sith for, let's say, thousands of years before this moment, and then all of a sudden you've got this red lightsaber-wielding villain out there that's just killed everyone in his team, right? But she's creeping up to him with the intent of killing him in this moment, right? I mean, you even get the flick of the knife, the fact that he didn't hear that, okay. He's distracted. But then...
Osha.
So again, he hasn't turned around and seen her. He can obviously sense her. But what, he can't sense the danger coming? When Smilo Ren floated down, right, behind Osha in the previous episode, who was the one person that sensed that evil or that danger before anyone else? It was Sol. So he's got a heightened sense to this than I reckon anybody else does. Some Jedi don't sense the danger until there's a lightsaber coming down on them and they quickly whip out their lightsaber and block it, right? Or something like that. But he can sense danger a long way off. And he can't sense that this, first of all, isn't Osha. Maybe they feel the same through the Force because they are twins and they were conceived by the thread. Maybe. That's justifiable. But again, that's my headcanon justifying it, which isn't, they need to show, they need to explain why he can't sense that it's not May, and that it's not Osha, sorry, that it is May. But then the fact that she's creeping up with the intent of killing him in this moment, with a knife in her hand, wielded, ready to go, and he doesn't turn around and do anything, there's your canon break, there's your law breaking. You've just broken the laws that you've actually already created around Master Sol and his ability of wielding the Force. And it's not just Master Sol. There's other Jedi we've seen constantly. The Jedi have this almost like a spidey sense. You know, it's really funny. In the Obi-Wan Kenobi novel, there's a moment where Obi-Wan is talking to, can't remember his name now, the guy that's basically set up the alarm system and all of that kind of thing, and he tries to recruit people to pay him to join the call, right? And he's talking with him, and Obi-Wan turns around and looks off into the distance. And then all of a sudden, the other guy that he's with hears the speeder as well, and it's the guy's daughter and son that's coming back from the claim. And they're coming back, but he heard it beforehand, and even the guy says to him, oh, you've got really good hearing, or so, like something along those lines. Well caught, like, can't believe you heard that before I did, kind of thing. So they can sense these things. So he obviously is able to sense that it's, who he thinks it's Osha coming up, but can't sense the fact that there's danger involved in that approach. The way that she's approaching, she's sneaking up on him. She thinks that he doesn't recognize that she's there. So there's your law-breaking thing. What happens next?
I'm going to reset the transceiver. Take the wheel.
Take the wheel. Take the wheel. Now, there's a couple of things with this. I don't like it because it doesn't sound right. Pete, you could say that it's a nitpick all you like, but I'm talking about law, canon, and continuity now on a micro scale. For you retards out there that don't know what I'm actually talking about, right? That think that by me referring to law, canon, and continuity is just me being a racist, bigoted piece of shit, right? No. Did you ever see a steering wheel or a stick in the Falcon? I think the closest thing that we've ever seen to a steering wheel in Star Wars is in the Winnebago or in Spaceballs, right? But take the wheel. How about something just as simple as take the controls? How does he... well, obviously, if Osha's been on the ship, maybe he can assume that she knows how to control the ship or whatever, right? But in this moment that he's walking past you here, May... So, hang on. I've got to make sure that I stick on it in line with this, because right now I'm talking about canon, right? So you've got this universe that's been created. You've got the Star Wars universe and you've got the canon of that universe. And then you throw something like this in there, that removes my ability to believe that this is a real world when you're referring to the controls of a ship as a steering wheel. Take the wheel. So there's your canon breaking stuff. And then you've got your continuity. Now, continuity can be referred to on many different levels. You could have the continuity of a character. What they did to Luke Skywalker is actually a really good example of character continuity, right? You've got the continuity of the laws, right? So even with the first thing that I mentioned in regards to Soul not sensing that danger is right behind him, right? That's continuity of the law that you've created. Got continuity of characters, you've got continuity of story, you've got continuity can be looked at on a broad scale, a very broad scale. But in regards to this, there's a couple of elements to it. As he's walking past, why isn't she just going bang straight into his chest? Now, he might sense that coming and stop her, right? From digging the knife into his chest. He is a Jedi Master after all. But that was your intention, and he still doesn't know that it's you, May, despite the fact that he gets close and you've got a tattoo on your head and all of this kind of thing. But then instead of going through with that, what she goes over, sits down, and takes the wheel. My question in regards to this, May, is based on everything that's happened to you, what do you want? What is your motivation in helping him here? And not actually killing him? Because from what we've seen from you, you hated the Jedi from your childhood. You wanted to kill your sister because she wanted to join the Jedi. Then for the last 16 years, you've just been on this revenge mindset of killing the Jedi that stole your sister, despite the fact that you wanted to kill your sister. Then when you finally see that your sister's still alive, but she's one of the Jedi, that's all that matters to you, and you want to go back and give yourself into the Jedi. But then as soon as you get an opportunity to do that, you don't want to do that anymore. You want to kill the Jedi again, and you want to run away from your Sith Master. But your Sith Master is actually trying to track you down and kill you because you went against the promise and the deal that you made. So why now are you still got the intention of killing him when you're just going to go back to your master and what? He's going to kill you because that's what he's been wanting to do for the last episode, the last few hours? What do you want to do? Do you want to kill this Jedi and steal his ship and go off and find Osha and explain to her what's happened? Do you care about that? Do you want to go back to the Jedi Council or infiltrate the Jedi and start killing other Jedi in the temple? Are any of the Jedi going to be able to sense that you've got ulterior motives? There's your continuity. None of that is depicted through May's motivations whatsoever. What do you want? What do you want to do? What are you trying to achieve? But we get none of that. This is all forced. This is all forced in, and this is where I then realize what they're actually doing here. Osha put May's clothes on, and she's going off and following this Sith Lord around so she can have a little creepy time. And Osha is now wearing, May is now wearing Osha's clothes, and they're going to just live a day in each other's shoes. And they're finally going to actually recognize what the other side of the story. There's your lore, canon, and continuity destruction on a micro scale depicted in one scene. in one scene. And it's like I said in my review, in my video, now I want you to blow that up. Now I want you to make it big, right? All the different laws that have been created for Star Wars, in Star Wars, right? Everything that we've noticed, whether or not it's been explicitly stated by a character or whether or not it's just shown on screen. For example, a good example of that is hyperspace travel time, right? Something that Disney Star Wars don't do at all. They don't consider time at all in anything that they've ever done, going all the way back to Mando. In fact, going all the way back to the sequels with your hyperspace skipping, right? But the best example of creating that within the lore, right, is in Star Wars, A New Hope, Star Wars, the original Star Wars. When they're traveling from Tatooine to Alderaan, what happens in that time? Are they just there? No. We see Luke get out a lightsaber and Obi-Wan's sitting there, teaching him. You've got Chewbacca, the co-pilot, sitting there playing chess with some droids. Han comes out of the cockpit and has a seat and has a chat with everyone while they're traveling through hyperspace. Shows a good depiction of time going by. Now, they didn't even have to show the entire trip, but they showed something to show that time went by. That doesn't happen in Disney Star Wars at all. At all. Let's see. I think Brett for $2 says, here's two for a learn to read a book. What? Here's two for a learn to read a book. Vowels suck. Man, I don't know what you're getting at, Brett. Sorry. I'm retarded too. Remember that. And then we got Mike Hill for $5 saying, did Rey use a stick while flying the Falcon during the Force Awakens? That's a good question, actually. I'm going to have to go and have a look at that. Based on some of the things I've seen you saying, Brett, I don't think you like what I'm saying. Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm getting from you? I don't know. Anyway, like I said, this scene perfectly depicts a break in lore, canon, and continuity in a matter of seconds. And a matter of one tiny little scene. Like the steering wheel, man. What, so going down, you push forward, going back, you push back, pull back, you steer like this.
Going to reset the transceiver. Take the wheel.
And the way she grabs it, does that even like register a movement? The way that she grabbed it and moved it like that? What do you want, May? What do you want to do? Do you want to kill the Jedi? Do you want to, seek refuge with the Jedi because your master tried to kill you? I don't know. I don't even think you know. Sol then goes downstairs, gets angry, slams his hand on the thing. Now, yeah, he has lost some friends and he's lost his Padawan and everything. But, did we see Obi-Wan get this emotional when he saw with his own eyes his master get killed and then killed the Sith that killed him? I have no doubt that they have the ability to grieve and their emotions do, come out sometimes. But he's like angry, like, ah. and this is something that I did say that I sort of give him credit for, is like his ability to act, even though the script is really bad, his ability to act this scene out was good. He's upset, does a good job of it. Yeah. Credit where credit's due. An actor can act. Well done. Then the little sniffer thing, you know, goes to plug in the droid's head to the platform, you know. It's lucky that it's got a little instruction thing here that it tells him that that is the port specifically for this droid. So he puts that in there. And again, I don't know what the purpose of this scene is. It's just so that, you know, May can get her own evil droid. I don't know. Anyway, so that's what that happens. And then we cut to the cringe scene of him undressing her. This is all, again, all for the shippers. They've admitted that it's all for the shippers. Now, you know, I've heard a lot of people out there saying, what if this was flipped around? What if it was a chick that was undressing to seduce? And that's the thing. They love that word. Seduce to the dark side doesn't no longer means actually seducing them to the dark side of the force. It just means seducing them into, you know, look at my wang or something. Anyway, none of this belongs in Star Wars. Whether or not you flip it around and make it a chick and a dude creepily looking around the corner, you know, or anything like that, none of this really belongs in Star Wars. Yes, you can have a love story within Star Wars. We got that with Han and Leia. We got that with Anakin and Padme. There is the story. Like, people are normal people still in these universes. But to depict it like this is weird and creepy and unnecessary. So he gets undressed, goes into the water. She picks up his lightsaber. And again, the dialogue in here is so, like, creepy. How does it feel in your hand?
Feels good, doesn't it?
Feels good, doesn't it? Feels even better when a load comes out. Like, it is creepily weird. People want to talk about that feeling of Star Wars. This isn't it. This isn't it. Sorry, give me one sec. Is it? I'm trying to think if it's here. Where he talks about, there's a moment where he actually talks about the losing the ability of the Force. I don't think it is here. Actually, I think they've gone back inside at this point. Brett, for $2, says, as a fellow I don't know what that is. Antipodian? I'm sorry. I am retarded. Remember that. I love you. Well, thank you. I got the idea of the super chat. I appreciate it. And then he gifts 5 memberships. Dude, you didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. The more members, the better, obviously. They get more access to the emojis. You get the seal clapping emojis. Yeah. It means your toilet's flush the wrong way. Okay. It's true. You should know the word because I'm Australian. Let me have a look. Hang on a second. Whoa. What's happened? There it is. All right, hold on. Antipodean. As an Australian, I should know what that is. I don't know. Maybe I'm not Australian. Anyway. Thank you, Brett. I appreciate it. All right, let's continue. So he comes out of the water. She holds the lightsaber like a phaser from Star Trek, like it's going to shoot something out the end of it, because he just wants to get dressed.
I'm wondering if it's honorable to kill me like this.
Like, even just the way he approaches her, the way he's talking to her, all of this kind of thing. And now that we've got the context that this is exactly what it's supposed to look like in regards to the fact that, you know, he is seducing her. Leslie Edlin loves the word seduction, seduce. Gee, I wonder why. Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant. Like, again, you want to talk about the feel of Star Wars? Feels nothing like Star Wars, what I'm seeing here. And she just listens to him. Lets him walk past him. Him walk past her, I should say. You get this stupid music over the top. Says, you want food. They've only just now made it off the planet and is docking with the hyperspace ring, whatever it is that they've attached to. Sol comes back upstairs. Oh, this bit. I've got to play this out. So after he's had his little emotional outburst downstairs, right, without actually doing anything to maybe try and fix the comms or anything like that.
All set.
What's all set? What's all set? You've got no comms. Who's done it? What's wrong with the ship? It was perfectly fine when you arrived. What's all set? This is hilarious. You know what this is supposed to make you think? When he's downstairs getting all emotional and everything, he sort of looks back. There's this one moment, we've sort of played it there for a second, but he looks back and he looks forward and then he continues sort of doing what he's doing. We're supposed to then, in that moment, wonder whether or not he knows if it's May or that it's May. And then this happens.
You saved us.
I couldn't help but laugh. I couldn't help but laugh. Who goes in to grab someone for a hug like they're like snatching them like that? Grabs her really quick and hugs her. And then goes on to say, you saved us. Who's us? Just you two? Everybody's dead.
You saved me.
And then goes on to say, you saved me. Yes, she did save you. She also stopped you from killing a Sith Lord so that she could put a light on his back. I couldn't help but laugh because, again, we as the audience are supposed to think, oh, is he sus? Does he know that it's May? And then he goes upstairs and grabs her, and we're supposed to think, what, he's going to kill her or restrain her in this quick motion of grabbing her and hugging her? I said in my video, wouldn't he just like put his hand, like especially with how defeated he was looking downstairs, put his hand on her shoulder and then maybe pull her in slowly and then, you know, you saved us. You saved me.
That man, he corrupted your sister.
And again, we're so close. I love how they make the bangs that she's got a lot more thick, right? In these scenes so that, you know, he couldn't see the tattoo on her forehead through her hair. But then once he realizes that it's her, it's like when she's laying on the thing, you can see it. You can blatantly see the tattoo on her head.
It's time to make things right.
It's time to make things right. And he's talking about going and confronting the council and all of this kind of thing. And then the power goes down. Now, again, people want to make the argument. Oh, shit. People want to make the argument that it was Basil, right? That sabotaged the ship and turned the power off. Why? What is his motivation to do this? Oh, it's to stop May from doing whatever it is that she's doing. She's got plenty of opportunity here, even with the power off, to kill Sol, if that's what she really wants. Go back to her master that tried to kill her. I don't know. Nobody knows. You can't sit here and just say this is great because it's Star Wars and not have the mental capacity to ask why and how, especially if that's what your headcanon's telling you that it was Basil that did it.
2 minutes.
So now she's just on board in regards to helping him. And this is where the title card comes in, right? Teach and corrupt. Because Sol is going to teach May and Smilo is going to corrupt Osha. Or maybe it's the other way around. Who knows? Because there is no good or evil. Maybe Smilo is going to teach Osha and Sol is going to corrupt May. Who fucking knows? But she's just now all on board. She was ready to kill him 5 minutes ago. Then we get this. Now, I must admit, I missed majority of what this conversation was even really about. Because it's nothing. What they're trying to do is they're trying to chuck in maybe an Easter egg from the High Republic comics or books. Because this conversation means nothing to anyone. And Brett with another 5 gifted memberships. Dude, that's 10 total. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give you this as well.
R4. Prepare to jettison the spare part canisters.
Red 2, standing by.
Red 11, standing by.
Red 5, standing by.
Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil! From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you are lost!
There you go. There you go. All right, so she's basically having this conversation with some senator or something. Nobody even really fucking cares, and nobody really knows what it is that they're actually talking about. And then we get the introduction of Soy boy Jedi.
What did he say?
There were casualties.
So basically just reporting back that the communication was muddled, but all he really got through was that there were casualties and that everyone was dead.
Who?
The connection was faulty, but it sounded like the entire team.
And again, can we get some actors that can fucking act? Honestly. Like, you know, people want to talk, like, people want to say that, oh, you're just bigoted because you can't have this gay-looking sounding dude as a Jedi. No, I think, look, it's an eyesore. It definitely takes you out of the Star Wars galaxy because the way that you promoted this show and the way that you've talked about this show and the diverse cast that you needed to get for this show and the fact that everybody in this show can't act except for maybe the one or two people in there that can, like Squid Game. It's so funny that the two men in the show are the two that are probably the best actors. Oh, Ryan, that's so sexist. Well, it's the truth. Leslie Edlund's wife certainly can't act for shit. Why did she get the job? Be a soy boy fucking Jedi. You just couldn't help yourself, could you, Leslie? You brought in gay lesbian witches that conceive two children that have no actual character or motivations through this entire series, that you now want to make the good twin fall in love with the bad guy so that your shipper fan base can have something to ship without them even having to ship it. You're just giving it to them on a platter. You've got your lesbian wife in there that can't act for shit. She's got one fucking look on her face the entire time, and it's supposed to be this stoic fucking thing. Bit like Ahsoka crossing her arms all the time. You give us a gay Jedi that is the only one that interacts with your lesbian wife, even though there are other characters in the background that should probably be a part of the conversation. It is 100% a DEI checklist. And it's obvious. It's so obvious that it removes you from the escapist entertainment that this is supposed to be. Hey, Ghostface is in the chat. Finally made it after celebrating 4th of July. Well, happy 4th of July, my friend. I hope you had a good one. Have you been drinking and eating, celebrating? Yep. Wait, the good twin won? I don't know which one's the good twin anymore. May seems to, you know, always have these moments where, like, she's going to do her evil act, but she just doesn't. I think for these characters to flip-flop their motivations the way they have would take a lot of fucking time. It's been 16 years for both of these characters. Of one being on this revenge plot and the other one just wanting to live her life, thinking that her sister was dead. She was just a mechanic. She was happy. So she tells basically them where to find them. She tells the soy boy to recruit a team and go to this planet. And she's like, oh, how do you know that they're there? And it's because...
How do you know where he is?
I sent him there.
Oh. The way she walks out of the room as well.
Get him back on the comms.
Unfortunately, we've lost contact.
Prepare a rescue team to depart for the planet Kofar immediately.
How do you know where he is?
I sent him there.
I sent him there. Maybe my lesbian contacts can find you a partner. So then we cut back to, again, these two having another ridiculous conversation. And this is where I'm going to point out the obvious, that it wouldn't take her till sundown to swim over to the platform. I want to point something out to you. See this rock right here?
Why'd you bring me here?
That's the distance. Oh, but now it disappears.
Leverage.
Right? So she's talking about why, like, she's staying there or whatever.
Make it to the ship before sundown. Or you could wait for the tide.
So he says that you could either swim now for the ship, and you might get there before sundown. I don't know what the point of sundown is. Like, you could just swim out there, or does it matter that you're getting out there before sundown? What happens after sundown? I mean, we see the sun go down, but it's not like there's anything out there that's going to kill them. Not like the nocturnal fucking moths. And we'll talk about that in a second. That we saw in the forest planet, right? We see this place at nighttime, and there's nothing there, unless there's water creatures that come out at nighttime. I don't see why they would be not necessarily super nocturnal creatures that live in the shallows of this place, right? But he says you could swim out there, or you could wait for the tide to go out. I want to show you something. If we can fucking get to it. There it is there. That's the distance that you need to swim. Look at it. Look at where the waves crash. I go further out than that when I go to the beach.
You hungry?
Look, the waves are fucking shallow little waves that are breaking just in, like, here. As a person that used to surf, like, fucking a lot, you don't even need a board. Look at these waves. They're breaking just here. And they're small waves. It's not like there's this big fucking thing. You think that it's really hard to swim out there, and you think it's going to take you all day before, and you've got to start swimming now if you want to get out there before sundown? Are you kidding? Are we still filming in the volume? Is that what this is? I want to show you the aerial shot that they show you. This is shallow fucking waters. Come on. Oh, Rhino, you're nitpicking. Fuck off. Hey, where's the aerial shot? Like, that's a good depiction. She's only got to get to these rocks here, swim across there, take you 10 minutes. I actually want to find, sorry, I'm just jumping out of it for a second because I really want to find the actual, there's like a aerial shot of how far away it is. You speak as if you were a Jedi. I was a long time ago. I'm just playing it out, and I'm just reading you what they're having. This is a conversation that takes place on the beach. I've never heard of you. It was a really long time ago. Why'd you bring me here? Why do you think? Rich? Everyone does seem to want you. Oh, that'll make the shippers go hard. Real hard. If you keep me here, soul comes to you. He's found me before, and his strength in the Force is very powerful. Except it's not powerful enough to send someone with a knife right behind him. You think that's his strength, he says? That's your strength in the Force, Osha. Okay? That doesn't really make much sense. Someone ought to teach you that. And then he says the line, I'd start swimming if you want to make it to ship before sundown, or you can wait for the tide to go out. Also, too, I don't think the tide would go out that far. Like it is in the shallows, but yes, the tide's definitely going to go out, give them plenty there. But God, where's this aerial shot? You hungry? He then says, and then walks away. Maybe this isn't where the aerial shot is. Fuck, maybe it's not there. Hold on. Hold on a second. Actually, there. I found it. I found a really good image. You think it's going to take all day to swim from here to even just the point of this here and then walk across the rocks and get to the platform? Even just to swim from here to the actual directly to the platform. It's it's sheltered by these rocks. You don't have big waves. It's not like Castaway, you know, where he tries to paddle out and it's these big, massive waves that just keep dumping him, pushing him into the shore. Look at it. Look at how peaceful the water is. Like, that's why, to me, that line doesn't make any fucking sense. Seen all of this. This was the conversation that I just read out to you. Oh, and then it cuts to May going to where the power is of the ship. And guess who's there? Basil. Basil's there, and he knows that it's not her, and he's doing some little flips and kicks, you know, and then he runs over and humps the leg. Humping the leg. I still don't know why he's not just going straight to Sol, especially when she's not with Sol. Why not just go to the cockpit and get straight to Sol?
Hey, relax, right? Relax, okay?
Slips on the toe, runs away, and she gets hit in the face. Guess humping the leg makes the droid go boom. Ridiculous. And this is why people think that it was him that shut down the power, right? The thing is that she does nothing in this room, even after everything that happens, to fix the power, right? The power just comes back on all of a sudden. So if it was Basil that disconnected the power, then it must have been maybe Basil that turns it back on, because the power coming back on obviously has to be there to interrupt the conversation that takes place. But then she goes on to grab the droid and she wants to reset it back to factory settings. You know how you do that? My phone, right? You know how you turn a phone off? Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button. Oh, and then you slide to turn the phone off, right? Just hold down the two buttons.
What if I reset you to factory settings?
Control-Alt-Delete. Boom, boom, boom. This is another great example of canon and destroying the canon in Star Wars. Real-world technology and stuff like that shouldn't be depicted through this, especially in this way. Did that feel like Star Wars to all you fucking idiots out there? Sorry, I'm just going to turn my phone back on. Just in case. So ridiculous. So she resets it back to factory settings. She finds like one of the bases because there's all these bases for that particular kind of droid here. And she makes her own little evil droid. And then she asks them to check the power system. It doesn't get the result and then fix the power system. Just asks to check the power system so she can report back to Sol what's wrong with the power system. Then we cut back to Osha, and we swear that's not merch. Now, this is where we get some of the most ridiculous dialogue I think I've ever heard in Star Wars before. Let's see if we can go through it without the stream being fucking destroyed.
What did you mean by strength in the Force?
So, in the previous conversation, he mentions that it's not Sol's strength that he was able to find her. It's her strength that he was able to find her. Right? So that's her question.
Exactly that.
If you were a Jedi, you know it's something you must exercise.
If you were a Jedi, you'd know that it's something you need to exercise to maintain your ability of wielding the Force. I've got a clip perfect for that, actually. I have a clip perfect for that.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Then she says, without training it fades.
Without training it fades.
What are we talking about? I love how Andor becomes the thing. Look, again, if you like any of the stuff that they come out with, that's fine. If you want to know why I think Andor is just as cheap and nasty as everything else that Disney has done, go and check out my reviews of it. Go and check out my breakdowns of it. Talked about it all last week. There's so many problems with Andor that people just chose to ignore because, again, maybe the writing is better than any other thing that we've gotten. The characters are probably better to some extent than anything else that we've gotten. Andor is the Darth Vader hallway scene in Rogue One in a nutshell. Best way to explain it. It's the Phantom Menace. If you start looking deeper into it and you start thinking about certain elements of it, you start asking why and how, just like you do in this. Anyway, I'm not going off on Andor. If you want to know why I think Andor is fucking a joke and shit, I've got videos out there. You can check those out. I know people won't, though, because Mauler said that it's good. Anyway, let's continue with this.
And that's what they told you.
Oh, and that's what they told you, that it fades when you don't exercise that muscle of continually using the Force.
The Jedi teach there's only one way to access the Force.
This is, again, this is retcons. This entire show has been a series of retcons over and over and over and over and over again, based on what we as Star Wars fans know from what we've learned from reading the stories, from watching the movies, from seeing what we've seen and knowing what we know. And look, I know I see people in the chat still talking about Andor and stuff. I want to say that it is boring, but it's not just the factor that it's boring that makes it bad. I've talked about Bail Organa. I've talked about the prison break. I've talked about the prison in general and how ridiculous that is. And how there's no droids being programmed to actually do that. There's no aliens or droids in the show, which definitely removes from Star Wars, I feel. The fact that they completely cuck fucking Mon Mothma. You know, they make her a fucking joke. And why she's not going to Bail Organa to get the money as opposed to selling off her daughter that she really doesn't want to do, trying to extend all avenues of finding this money that she embezzled from herself, the 80 million credits from the prison break, all the Easter eggs in Luthen's store, the Force-sensitive Easter eggs that are in Luthen's store on Coruscant that, Jedi and Palpatine wouldn't sense any of that stuff, wouldn't raid his store at all. The fact that he doesn't care about his sister anymore, these are just dot point things, guys, that just don't add up and don't make sense in Andor, for me anyway. Let's continue.
And if you don't do it their way, it fades.
If you don't do it their way, it fades. If you don't do it the way of the Jedi and maintain and exercise that muscle, it fades. What are we talking about here? But then you know what the solution of that is?
But there is another way.
Oh, but there is another way. You've got to dabble in your dark side. If you dabble in your dark side, then it's like you maintain your ability to wield the Force. Okay. All right. Like, what are we talking about? Talking about changing canon and lore. This the dialogue that takes place in here. And this is the thing. If you're a Star Wars fan and you're watching this, how can you sit there and say that this is good when if you even have an inkling of how the Force works? Are we trying to use this to justify Luke? Oh, he just stopped. Luke Skywalker in the sequel trilogy, he just stopped exercising the muscle. He stopped wanking. So he's lost the ability to wield the Force. It's good that out of nowhere he was able to regain the ability to use the Force and Skype project himself across the galaxy out of nowhere. He must have exercised that muscle really quickly. He just rubbed it out and blew a couple of loads really quickly. And that gave him the ability to project himself across the galaxy.
Below the surface of consciousness are powerful emotions.
And she's just standing there listening to him. Again, no facial expression changes. She plays May and Osha exactly the same way. They're hollow, nothing characters. Nothing to do with their sex. Nothing to do with the fact that they're women. Nothing to do with the fact that she's a black woman or anything like that. Emote something. Oh, but she's just standing there listening, Rhino. She doesn't need to necessarily emote. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that when she should be emoting something, she's still got the same facial expression that she's got in this scene. We don't need to listen to any more of this. This is just, again, massive amounts of canon breaking and lore breaking within Star Wars. And then she goes on to even say, oh, you killed Yord, you killed Jackie, or whatever.
A man who didn't hesitate to turn you in for a crime you didn't commit.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that Yord was willing to turn her in? Were you there? Were you there and we just couldn't see you? Oh, no fucking way. No fucking way. He knows it because he's got access to the world between worlds and he was standing on the other side of the veil listening to that conversation take place. He was watching episode 1 from the world between worlds. That's how he knows that. Holy shit. I reckon I'm onto something. I actually reckon I'm onto something. She goes outside because she says, I'm not that easy to manipulate or something.
I'm not my sister.
I'm not my sister.
I'm not that easily corrupted.
I'm not that easily corrupted. There you go. Corrupt in the title. And then she walks outside. And then he walks outside. And again, we get a nice little creepy moment where he's basically saying, well, you're still here. So, and he puts the lightsaber right up to his chest and, says, do it, kill me. That's what you're here for. No, see, this is the thing with the ratings for Andor, just really quickly in regards to this comment. The reason why it's got high ratings is because not a lot of people watched it. Out of the people that did watch it, obviously, you've got all the Disney Star Wars seals that watched it. Now, you do have people like me. I don't jump on Rotten Tomatoes and do a rating or anything like that. Mate, it would probably get even worse if there were a lot of us out there that did. I'm pretty sure that Mauler and stuff like that, they don't bother going on IMDb or on Rotten Tomatoes and rating these shows through that. They just give their ratings through their content, right? But I don't think that everybody hated it. I think that there's actually a lot more love out there for Andor, but I would argue the fact that there's a lot more love out there for Andor than there should be. But not everybody dives into it as much as me. There are still a lot of people out there that do dive into it as much as I do. Like another great example, I know, Andor, God. Another great example of something that just doesn't make sense to me in Andor is after the prison break and all the prisoners are jumping into the water, right? And it's from a pretty high distance. It's not to say that, you wouldn't survive that jump. But when hitting water from a high distance like that, it's going to hurt at least. Anyway, that's besides the point. When we get to the point where Andor and his mate actually make it back to shore from that swim, they're the only ones that are there. Now, that can only make me think a couple of things. Either Andor and his mate decided to swim in this direction while everybody else decided to swim in this direction, and everybody else still made it back to shore, but they just didn't follow Andor or his buddy, right? And then, or the other thing that happened is Andor and his mate are just really, really good swimmers, and everybody else drowned and died and didn't actually make it back to shore. So it's one of those two things. It can only be one of those two things, right? Because the only two people that we see make it back to shore from that prison break is Andor and his buddy. Is that because they didn't have the budget and they couldn't cast extras for that scene? I don't know. I get that. I know Gary only goes off what Mauler and Critical Drinker have said because I know Gary hasn't watched it. And it's fine for them to think that. I do find it funny if you go back and you rewatch after episode 1 of it, Mauler was saying how much he didn't really like it, and Critical Drinker was talking about how much he did, and Critical Drinker changed his mind. And then obviously throughout the time, like people talk about Luthen's dialogue and how great that is. Okay, maybe the writing was better. But still doesn't make me think, Bail Organa should be, like, that doesn't remove from my brain. Where is Bail Organa during all of this? But they decided to cuck Bail Organa and make him look like a fucking retard in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. How? What happened to all the other prisoners that broke out? Curious. Why are there, man, why are there even sentient beings working in the prison? Why does the Empire have the expense of having to feed these people, toilet these people, shower these people, bed and room these people, have security systems set up for these people when all they have to do is program droids and it's so easy? You've got no risk of somebody getting out, breaking out, and then reporting back to anyone in regards to what's happening in this prison because droids are programmed. Well, at least they used to be. Until we had Solo and you removed the thing and they just turn into fucking protesters. Because that's how they were programmed, to protest. Until you put a restraining bolt on them and make them work. Dumb as shit. Anyway, back to this. We get a creepy fucking stupid thing. She basically then, enters her dark side and goes to kill him, but doesn't want to kill him because she falls in love with him. I don't know. It's just weird, creepy, and stupid. And based on now the confirmations that we get from Leslie Headland, it's there for the shippers. It's just there for the shippers. We then cut back to Coruscant, and she's saying that she's going to go with them. This is what I'm talking about. This is the team back here that he's actually culminated to go on this mission. Well, not this guy, only these two other Jedi, right?
Just when you drop through
They have the same haircut.
hyperspace.
I don't get sick.
Oh, and she gets motion sickness from hyperspace travel.
I find it unsettling.
Why is that even important? But she decides to go on the mission.
But Master, I'm sure that these casualties are due to the planet's uncharted...
Oh, I gotta go back there.
But Master, I'm sure that these
Look at these two. They're literally standing on an X. They're literally standing on an X in the background. Look at her. Stand there and don't move. Okay?
casualties are due to the planet's uncharted environment.
Even him. Sorry, guys, but this is hilarious.
That these casualties...
He is literally standing there like he's having a conversation, but his mouth, nothing moves. Nothing moves.
Sick. I find it unsettling.
But Master, I'm sure that these casualties are due to the planet's uncharted environment.
He's just like, hold that pose. It's so fucking funny. So I think he's trying to just basically say to her how, like, her being on Coruscant is more important than her going on this mission or something.
I need to handle this personally.
And then she's just, I need to handle it personally. I hope it's okay with you. Well, you're his master. You can basically order him to say, well, I'm going with you. You don't need to be okay with it. Oh, is that giving consent? Is that what this problem is? He's not giving consent for her, the master, to go on a mission with them, the Padawans or the Knights. Make sure you get that consent. Mike Hill for $5 says, it's ridiculous every time see Coruscant doesn't see anybody flying around in their speeders. It looks deserted. 100%. This world it's not a real world, right? It's not a real world. They film this like somebody would film fan fiction. Like everything in the background doesn't matter. We're just going to tell our story in the foreground here. Why are these two Jedi not like side by side with him? Watch them again. And now, we got our cue. We got our cue to walk over. They just happened to finish their conversation with him at the perfect time. Oh, we've got to go now. But at no moment do any of those other two Jedi interact with anyone or anything. They're just there. They're just there. So the little fucking sniffer dog is crawling through the vents of the ship now. And then we get this bullshit dialogue between these two where like Sol's still grieving. And May walks over and says what's wrong with the ship in regards to the power, right? Notice that the power's still off. And you got to remember the little creepy thing is now out of the power room and crawling back to the cockpit. And we know that because of where we see him next, right? But these guys have a ridiculous, stupid conversation about, him confronting his demons, so to speak, right?
Not now. You can tell me.
So this is the other thing too, is like he thinks that that's Osha. May already knows what actually happened, doesn't she? Let me put it to you this way. If Smilo is able to put the helmet on Osha's head, which is going to show her the truth about what happened 16 years ago, and she's been training with this guy for let's say 10 years, right? Doesn't she already know what Sol's crimes are? Why is she telling him to tell her? She already knows. She wants to kill him because of what she knows. He walks over to tell her and, oh, power, back on. Convenient. Plot. Why? So that they don't have that conversation. She walks into the cockpit to get communications back up and speak to the Jedi.
Hello, is anybody there? Can you hear me?
Identify
And then this.
yourself.
My name is...
So he finally figured it out. Why? Because Basil was standing right next to him and told him. I don't know how Basil's able to communicate with him. Did he write it down on a piece of paper? That's May. Oh, and now we get the perfect split in the hair so that you can see the tattoo. Gives him confirmation that it's her. Did anything happen? Let me just go back really quickly here. Nah. Hidden that whole time.
But
It's so shit, man. Basil was the one that told him. Well, that's what's supposed to be implied by this. But again, I want to ask, like, how were the communications down? How were they so retarded? And how did the ship get shut down? And if it was Basil, why? Why would he do that? What's his motivations to stop Sol from communicating with the Jedi Order, asking for reinforcements? Why would he shut the ship down when maybe his best bet, if his communications are down, is to fly back to Coruscant? I mean, you can arrive at Coruscant in the snap of your fingers. Just Thanos snap and you're there, right? And have the power come back online with those two just having a conversation. What did she say that was wrong with the power system? It's conveniences after conveniences after conveniences. And then what? Sol decides to make a jump into hyperspace to protect May. Hasn't even reported that the Jedi are dead. Well, really, he's reported that the Jedi are dead. They're pretty much there. Snap at your fingers. Hyperspace teleportation. I mean, this planet. I mean, see this planet back here? This one back here? That must be Coruscant. That must be. Coruscant is this planet's moon. Because fuck, they got there quick. Again, these two Jedi, what are they doing?
Everything all right, Master?
Oh, they're interrogating the locals. Oh, so that's why. That's why they can't come over and actually have some dialogue in the actual conversation of the investigation that they're doing.
What did they say?
Seems an Umbra moth colony hatched last night and wreaked havoc on the local settlement.
So he could say that statement, let's say.
If the Jedi had been...
Why couldn't you have one of those other Jedi then come in and say this line? Oh, is it because those other two are not gay? Maybe it's because this is a black female. Maybe they didn't allow the black female Jedi in the background to have dialogue. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Disney are just racist enough that they wanted to piss off the homophobes by having this guy have all the dialogue and leave the overweight Jedi and the black female Jedi in the background for all you body positivities and all you black women out there that are just now going to say that this is like racist, sexist, misogyny. Maybe that's why they did it. Anyway, they have another stupid conversation. I can't even remember this. Oh, he talks about his Cortosis helmet and how that it's not good to block lightsabers and shut down lightsabers, but if you put this on, it's just you and the Force. It's just you and the Force. It gets rid of everything. You see a big Cortosis vein in there. He has to show his back again. Oh, look, I got the little dimples in the back, you know. And it's so funny that she says it looks like you've been stabbed in the back. It more looks like a whip mark. It does. And the fact that he was an ex-Jedi and the fact that the green chick is basically trying to cover it up a fair bit. You know, we're definitely implying that he was the Jedi Master with the whip. He was her apprentice. And she whipped him. She whipped her slave. Because the Jedi are slave owners. So we get this, and he's like, you should try on the helmet. And she's like, no, I'm never going to do that because I don't trust you. And he goes, that may be true, but you should learn to trust yourself. It's so funny how they try and bring in these profound, like, lines and everything. Oh, this is the other thing, too, is that they do plagiarize a line here.
And what you bring with you.
And what you bring with you. So she's like, what will happen if I put the helmet on?
Vision headpiece. Like we used as younglings.
It blocks out all your senses?
It blocks out all your senses.
So it's just you and the Force.
It's just you and the Force.
And what you bring with you.
And what you bring with you. Yoda's line. What's in there? Luke asks. And he just basically tells him that that is a place of the dark side. And what will he find in there? Only what you take with you. It's stupid. It's dumb, and it's basically they plagiarize this stuff. It's kind of like in Book of Boba Fett, right? In the Luke scene when he's training Grogu, and he's just like, "Don't try, do." Like plagiarize. If you're gonna plagiarize a line, just fucking plagiarize the whole thing. Don't try and put your own little fucking ridiculous, stupid spin on it. That's not the lesson that Luke learned from Yoda. The lesson that Luke learned from Yoda is there is no try. You either do or you don't do. One of those two things. The crazy thing is in the lesson that Luke teaches Grogu is that you better not, don't try, do. You're forgetting one very important element of that, and that is the fact that you cannot do. Do or do not. There is no try. Mike Hill asks for $5 if he could use the Force while wearing, but why the Jedi can't read his thoughts. Well, see, this is the other thing too, is that that's just another thing that I think that they've created. You know, Smilo definitely mentions, I can't remember exactly which episode it's in, it might even be this episode, that he can't because it is this episode. He mentions to Osha that her thoughts betray her. And it's not the fact that he's reading her mind, but he's getting a sense of what she's, talking about. But then that goes against his line that he says in regards to Sol about him removing his helmet and him going, what, so you can read my thoughts? Pretty dumb, to be honest with you. Anyway, so we get that. He tells her to trust herself, and she looks back. And then the Jedi are on they've already made it now to the encampment. Again, another time jump, or are they just teleporting from their ship to this place? Remember how long it took Osha and all the Jedi to make it to this place where the Wookiee Jedi was? Because this is where they all died. Was around the Wookiee Jedi's hut. Remember how May said that they've only got 3 hours of daylight left? But that, the Jedi happened to make it within that 3 hours and be able to walk there within that 3 hours, get there at the same time. Time doesn't exist in this fucking universe. We've already pretty much gone through this. They see all the dead Jedi, and then we get the ADR line at the end. But there is another thing that I do want to talk about, and that is the lightsaber whip, right? So she senses something.
Leave no survivors.
Well, she senses something. Oh, she uses the Force to get her lightsaber out with that same wooden look on her face. And she kills the bug. A couple of things that I want to actually talk about in regards to this. First of all, again, in your own lore, based on what we've seen, these creatures are nocturnal. They come out at nighttime. They come off the trees that they sleep on, and they come out at nighttime. This is the middle of the day, and there's one flying around. They're attracted to light, okay? So do they fly towards the sun that's in the sky? If you're going to create a creature and you're going to show them as being basically nocturnal, where they sleep during the day and they fly at nighttime and they're attracted to light, why did this bug attack at them in the first place? She didn't have a lightsaber on. No one had a lightsaber on. It's the middle of the day. Why did the bug attack him? Just because it saw them? Okay. I guess. Oh, the bug attacked them so that we could show this retarded character and their retarded weapon. And we're going to try and make it look cool. She didn't even have to look behind her to be able to sense that the bug was coming at them. So unnecessary. So unnecessary. It's to tease the whip. It's to tease the whip because we've seen whip marks on his back. He's already talked about him being a former Jedi Padawan and that he had a Jedi Master. Oh, straight after we sort of get that context, oh, we see this Jedi use her whip. Oh, was it her? Was it her? Oh my God. Nerds are going to nerd over this stuff. Just kick my hunt and call me Nancy. It's not gay. Thanks for the $2, Brett. So I didn't get that scene. I just didn't get it. Like, why is the bug attacking them when they're not wielding anything that's got like light? It attacks, and then she pulls out her lightsaber, light whip, to chop it in half. Isn't this the same facial expression that we've seen on her face every other scene that she's in?
Something to tip the scales.
Oh, and it's just the dialogue and everything. The Force is out of balance. They don't even know what balance is. They don't even know what balance is.
But if he did this, why would he send
And here's your ADR again, just in case you missed it earlier.
us a distress signal?
It's time to get back to the ship. We should prepare these bodies for burial.
It's time to get back to the ship. Completely different mic, please. Yep, no worries. We must prepare these bodies for burial. They heard what we were saying. They heard, and they're like, oh shit, let's quickly get in the recording booth and just record this line as you're walking away so we're not seeing your face. We'll make sure that we put this line in there. And it's so obvious. The second line almost sounds like she's in a tunnel.
But if he did this, why would he send us a distress signal?
It's time to get back to the ship. We should prepare these bodies for burial.
So dumb. So dumb. And the fact that they possibly think that we wouldn't notice. So we come back to May on the ship and she's like handcuffed to the bed. I'm surprised that this Jedi cruiser doesn't have like a prison that's got like a shield, like a ray shield or something. You know, we've got to restrain her using, a restraining bed. And Sol walks over and basically says, I've needed to talk about this for years and I'm going to explain and you're going to listen. Why? It's Osha's the one that you need to tell. Osha's the one that you've done whatever bad thing you've done against. May apparently already knows what you've done. What, are you going to try and justify your actions to her based on what she knows? I wonder if the flashback, we're going to hear two sides to the flashback in regards to Sol telling May what happened from his point of view, and then the helmet telling Osha what's happening from the dark side's point of view. I don't know. They really dragged out this black screen though. I thought the episode was ending. And then it cuts back and Osha, oh. And Osha picks up the helmet and puts it on, and then you get the Darth Vader breathing sound. You know why they've done that, obviously. I don't know why putting on a helmet all of a sudden makes her start breathing like Darth Vader. Even inside the helmet, she's... You've got to make those noises. You've got to consciously make those noises for it to sound like that. Oh, it's a distress signal. Distress signal, darling. Thank you, Brett. Yeah, member berries. Do you remember? And that's the end of the episode. So, like I said, and I predicted it. I predicted that they're going to spend a day in each other's shoes. They're going to see the other's point of view, maybe even switch places by the end of it. I don't know how that works for either of them based on what we've seen and based on what's happened over the last 16 years and the way that these people have been thinking for this amount of time. And I certainly don't know how they're going to close this out in the next 2 episodes. One episode's got to be a flashback and showing us exactly what actually happened 16 years ago. But another one, the last episode, like, how do they close that out? What sort of time jump do you reckon we're going to get? Yeah, it's trading places. It is. And the Parent Trap. It's a mixture of all of those things. See, Leslie Edland is so uncreative that she had to pluck ideas and scenes and things from everything that she's ever seen or watched. That's why you get scenes like the Fugitive. When Osha's standing on the edge of the cliff, the water in the tunnel. Like, it's literally just, this entire series is one big plagiarize session of actual good stories and good stuff just thrown together. And then add in your DEI bullshit, your identity politics, your gay Jedi, your lesbian witches. And don't tell me that that's not what they were going for, because that's what they promoted it as. Crazy to think, huh? Crazy to think. Yeah, Jedi trap. It's a trap. This whole show's a trap. The first trap, that's for sure. At the end of the day, the biggest thing that this series isn't doing is answering the questions how and why. On such a minute scale, but then also expanding that out into the bigger world, the bigger universe. How and why is the ship broken? How and why is May doing what she's doing? What are her motivations? What does she actually want to do? Especially after everything that's happened. Osha is the same. How and why is she doing the things that she's doing? What are her motivations? And then if you've got an answer for that, like let's say you were to say, what's Osha's motivations? Osha's motivations is that she wants to get back to her sister. Really? Why? Ask that. Why? Why does she want to get back to her sister? After everything that you've seen. Why would she want that? Why would May still want to kill all those Jedi that she made a deal with this Sith Lord to kill, when the Sith is the one that's now trying to kill her? Why? We're a third of the way through this series. We're a third of the way through this series, and none of the characters have good motivations at all. At all. Now, we do need to do Seal of the Week. I've got too many seals. So I'm probably going to get rid of that one. I'm going to get rid of that one because I definitely want that one. Oh, definitely want that one. We want that one because he hasn't been here for a while. It's got to be that one because that's just stupid. All right, I want to show you the two though that I'm basically deleting, and then we'll play the stinger and we'll get through this. So, one of the ones that I'm getting rid of is from Jordan here. Notice something? And he says, hilarious that the Acolyte is giving all the lore legend stuff goobers, I don't know why he's referring to us like that, but anyway, have claimed to want for years, but they refuse to enjoy it because, ooh, girls. That's so dumb. You know the clip I played earlier of Dave Filoni talking about pulling stuff from the EU and then making it something that it's not, and that being rude? That's why we're not happy with the EU stuff that they're pulling into this garbage, because they're changing it from what it actually is. And in Dave Filoni's words, that's rude. So that's one that we're getting rid of. It would have been a good one. And the other one is here. Do we have pronouns? No, but we got flags, which is close enough. And it says, everything changes, but nothing is truly lost. Oh, Soul hugging his apprentice. That's a little creepy. And that's even creepier. Sorry, guys, but they didn't become one with the Force. They didn't fade away and transform into the Force like Jackie says. She likes seeing people get killed. She likes seeing death. It's great. So they're the two that I'm deleting. I just needed to show them to you because crazy, huh? All right. Fuck, I broke the seal. All right, I may as well play the stinger while I'm running to the bathroom. Here we go, guys. I want to see those seal clapping emojis in the chat. We got some new members. I want to see it. I want to see it. Flooding that chat.
I'm all the Jedi.
All right. Perfectly timed. Let me bring up our nominees. I need my headphones because there is one in there that we've got to listen to. So, this week's nominees are... Oh, look, I love the seal emojis. Here we go. From Kylo Jen. Little gay. I'm surprised there's no pronouns. What, do you not support the LGBTQ community? Anyway, says, I just love when Jedi girls grab onto their dark side boyfriends. This is for the shippers. This is what it's been made for, right? Leslie Edlund's made it very clear. It's so gross. Notice that they obviously stopped redacted, whatever. You know, because they grab hold of their dark side boyfriends. What exactly? Phallic object. So that's nominee number one. Nominee number two, let's check. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Queer Star Wars bio. Huh. Of course. Now, there's a reason this is so fucking funny, right? So the comment says, Out of all the words I could have used, why I screamed, "Don't be boisterous, Jackie," is beyond me. Makes me laugh, but also cry because I'm still not over it. He's not over the fact that he used the word boisterous because it's got the word boy in it.
Oh, Jackie, don't be boisterous, Jackie. Nice. Oh.
We got the seal clap in there. We got the seal clap in there. But he's a little bit upset with himself. It makes him laugh, but also cry that he used the word boisterous. Fucking, oh, God, I wish I could use that word for... Now, Jacob is back in town with a nomination. I got blocked from him, and I don't have any burner accounts. I should probably set one up just so that I can see him, because he was leading Seal of the Year. I think even with everything that's happened, even with him blocking me and him not having a nomination for a long time, I think he's still leading. But thank you, Mike, for sending this, showing me this. So, as we call him, J.A. Jacob, because he's just AI, says, Luke Skywalker's final act inspiring the galaxy. He's a pussy. He fucking projected himself. He didn't even go there. Anyway, having his faith in the Jedi Order restored. I don't know how. Just snap your fingers and it's restored, I guess. And making a projection of himself halfway across the galaxy to allow the Resistance to escape is so thematically profound and narratively poetic. I'd say narratively pathetic, personally. Honestly, can't think of a better way to end this character's journey. The Last Jedi is such a beautiful film. So there's Jacob's nominee for this week. I'm surprised that he's not talking about the Acolyte. He probably is, though. And then the last one is... Now, I don't know. Anyway, says Darth Thunder says, you don't think this is a young Palpatine, do you? I don't think, for anyone that knows Star Wars, that is the most pathetic thing to say. And of course, they want this to be Palpatine because, you know, he's so flowery that then they can say that the most powerful Sith Lord in the universe was a poof. Am I allowed to say that? YouTube? Probably not. He was gay. Fantastic. Well, there are your 4 nominees, guys, for this week's Seal of the Week. Let me put the poll in the chat. You guys can get your votes in. One, two, three, 4. Start poll. All right, so let's just go through them again really quickly. No, that's not where we're going. So number 1 is the shipper. Number 2 is this guy being upset at himself for using the word boisterous and giving us a seal clap. Perfect. Number 3 is Jacob with his take on The Last Jedi. And number 4 is Darth Thunder with his take on this character possibly being Palpatine. Get your votes in. Get them in. All right, we're gonna watch some. We're gonna watch the Cobra Kai trailer while we're waiting for you guys to vote. And there's a little clip that they released from this 6th season of Cobra Kai. Now, I like Cobra Kai. I think I don't mind it. There are some bits in it that are like, that's pretty silly. But, you know, what could be more silly about the entire town being like karate obsessed? I don't care. It's been pretty good. The way they've brought elements of Miyagi into it and all of that sort of thing, I think have been really good. There were scenes, obviously conveniences in the show, yes, but there were scenes in the show like when Daniel reads the letter from Miyagi. Very emotional. I love the characters that they've brought in and everything. I think that it has gone too long. I'm glad that this is supposed to be, right, the final season. And they do need to end it because it's lost. Like that first season was amazing. That first season was really good in the way that they did that. And then it evolved into what it evolved into, which I thought there was good moments, like I said. But I'm glad that this is nearly over. What I want to actually see when it comes to like Cobra Kai or Karate Kid, if we're going to wanting to continue stories, would be going back in time and telling Miyagi's story as a kid, and then the war, and you know how he made his money with the oil and everything. Like all of that stuff would be, you know, pretty cool to flush out. You've got plenty of already established lore within this universe, within the movies and everything, that you could do a prequel of Miyagi's story. Growing up, learning his karate. You know, what happens with him and his brother. You know, I can't remember his name. I don't know if is it actually his brother though, or is it like just, I don't think it's specifically his brother. But anyway, you know, all of that. Oh, there's a lot of backstory there that could be told, and it could be told really, really well. Anyway, let's take a watch of this trailer that he came out with. Okay. Oh, I'm watching the clip. Okay, we're watching it in reverse order. This is an actual clip. I thought we were watching the trailer. We're watching an actual clip. Like this is a scene from how they gave fucking Hawk the American flag mohawk as well. Like, anyway, so let's watch the actual trailer.
We've been through a lot to get to this point, but now we're finally on the same page.
So somehow they were able to arrest, like, this is something that I don't really like unless they're going to actually flush this out a little bit. But there's obviously been a time jump, and Silver's been arrested. Cobra Kai's been shut down by the looks of things, or something along those lines. And now they're getting ready for some other tournament, but it's through the Asian girl that was working with Silver.
We may have settled things in the valley, but now we have to be ready for whatever the world throws at us. The Saikai Taikai tournament is coming. Now is not the time to puss out. You're gonna fight the best in the world.
Do I want to know what that's for?
Training, Rocky IV style. Gonna chop down a tree, carry it through the snow.
Now what could possibly go wrong?
No matter what life throws at you, you gotta stay on your feet.
Our strength is we teach both styles equally. Don't jeopardize that balance, man.
Since when do I run shit by you?
Since we have no idea what we're up against.
Only through pain does the champion reveal himself.
Yes, Sensei!
It's one thing to be the best in town.
Oh, don't worry. I know that I'm going to get copyrighted for this. It won't be a strike. It'll just be a claim. But on everything that I've ever done for Cobra Kai on the channel, trailer-wise and stuff like that, I think it's all been claimed.
It's another to be the best in the world.
It just means I'm going to have to beat Rocky again.
Again, the $5 isn't that important to me.
I thought you were Miyagi-Do now.
You think things are better because now I'm training in your dad's backyard?
Too think we have our strongest team.
I think they can handle anything.
Bitch, don't you know I know karate? What's that?
Miyagi-san buried secrets for a reason. If we open, anything is possible.
Oh, what Miyagi secrets have we still got to uncover? The one thing that I just want from this final season is a really, really, really good tournament. You got to show us the tournament, however you say it, and it's just got to be good. They've just got to end on that, you know. Yeah. It's the best thing that they could do. Is that his secret? Is that the secret that he's left behind? It's 3 long-lost grandchildren known as the 3 ninjas. Good as. Well, I am looking forward to the final season of Cobra Kai. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? All right, we're going to do a bit of a catch-up on Grizzy's videos. I'm going to drop his link in the chat for his channel. If you're not subscribed to Grizzy, go over and give him a sub. Does some great work over there. And we're going to do a bit of a catch-up because we need to. Okay, so where we got up to was episode-wise with Grizzy was episode 3. We've got episode 4 and episode 5 here. We watched that one as well, which we'll actually watch these two. They're both 6 minutes each, roughly. So let's watch episode 4 and episode 5. And the next week, hopefully, we'll have episode 6 and maybe even episode 7. And then we can end episode 8 with episode 8. Here we go.
And of course, now I'm rooting for Kelnaka to not die, please.
I hope it's just a full Kelnaka episode.
Oh, she's the one that got the exclusive with Tamara Morrison. And he basically said that he was nudging Lucasfilm to make a season 2. She was so excited to be the source of the article.
Okay, episode.
This episode is going to be like the Predator episode. So like at some point, are we just going to see Kelnaka just like roughnecking it in the trees, just like smearing mud on his face and be like, all right, fucking just spear through the sky.
He's a Jedi, you fucking idiot. Smearing blood on his face and like just going crazy. Okay, if he was dark side, maybe you might see that. Unfortunately, you don't see any of it.
I love when the shills get excited about something and then in typical Disney Star Wars fashion, it turns out to be clickbait.
If they introduce a Wookiee Jedi and then immediately kill him off, I might actually be really salty.
10 minutes later.
Just introduced a Wookiee Jedi and then just killed him. At least it was off screen, but sad. This is so good. This is so effing good.
She just said that she'd be like pissed off or whatever. But it's so freaking good.
You stupid bitch, you filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
Diminish areas. Oh my god. Guys, there's a white Jedi.
What?
Call Star Wars Theory. There's a white Jedi in the TV show. We can all stop freaking the fuck out.
It's so stupid. That's not what our fucking problem is, you retards. Go and do your OnlyFans.
Dude, Your wife cheats on you on OnlyFans for money.
I'll take Horage for 200.
So keep talking shit, I guess, but every time you do...
Well, in reality, it just makes you look like a dumbass.
And this is so Lord of the Rings. Dress in robe.
Because that's all fucking Leslie Headland knows how to do is rip off scenes and rip off things from other things that are way better than this, and she's seen.
Shot.
This is giving me Lord of the Rings vibes. Marching in the mountains.
Fucking hike through the hill. Yes.
I mean, it seems like an obvious thing to call upon, but I'll say it. This feels like Predator.
What the fuck are you people on? You called last week's episode Game of fucking Thrones.
This is the most Game of Thrones feeling episode they've done.
Then it's Lord of the Rings because they're hiking on a hill. Then it's Predator because they're hiking in the woods. Anything else?
There are some alien vibes in this episode as well.
Go fuck yourself.
Grizzy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bug.
Oh, it's a bug.
Oh no, it's a bug.
They look like the Predator. Holy shit.
Shut
Oh my god.
I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to kill a Jedi without a weapon. I don't need to keep this deal. What?
No. It just got interesting.
No way.
I only just got interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to screw over this Sith guy that we've been working for and turn myself in. And I love that whole idea that she wants to make herself better and, in fact, look at different ideologies here.
It
Why?
makes no fucking sense, and it wasn't...
The thing is he just spews this fucking excuse. Why? Why for the character? What's her motivation to flip-flop? Why? These people never ask themselves why.
Built to at all.
What the wise Rose Tico said in Last Jedi, right? We're not going to win by destroying what we hate. We're going to win by protecting what we love.
What we love, yeah.
Wow.
Oh my frick.
It's like some true detective shit.
You're an idiot.
For some reason, I actually thought that we were going to save our Wookiee friend, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's slashed when he turns around. I'm like, cliche for a mystery like this where you're trying to hunt down a killer, but phenomenal to say the least.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Yep.
He's here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh! Just floating down? Just floating down?
I want to remind you that both of these guys have seen this episode before this review. Does that not mean it like come across as fake? Does that not come across as fake? I don't know. I see goodbye to Brett. Goodbye, Brett, if you're leaving. Sorry, I haven't looked at the chat for a little bit because I've been watching this.
Floating down?
Oh, is he floating in?
I don't know what in Jesus Christ's name that reaction was.
I don't like the helmet.
Slender.
I like it. It's
I
like very
that you
anime.
like the helmet.
Yeah.
Then, when the Sith Master deploys a red lightsaber,
Red. That's red.
Oh! Fucking red blade. Let's go.
Have these people forgotten that they saw the trailer?
whoa!
G'day, Mark. How you doing?
Oh my god! Are you sure?
Now that was a very high energy shill face,
Big
if I do
time.
say so myself.
No! Yes, yes. No.
When you're a clown, nobody takes you seriously.
Why? Oh my. Why?
Boy, you really are a sad little puppy,
Wow.
aren't you?
All joking aside, I think this woman is absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this better now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was such a phenomenally directed and written episode.
You're a stupid dumbass.
Maybe it's won some of you over as well, or at least opened you up to giving the show a bit of a chance.
Nope.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Thanks, Grizzy. We're going to check out your episode 5 one now too. Again, we've got to give that a like. If you haven't subscribed to Grizzy's channel, go over and give him a sub. All right, here we go. Episode 5.
I'm very proud of Disney, golf clap, for finally mastering HBO's hit show formula, which was pioneered by the OG Game of Thrones.
Jesus Christ, are we still doing this?
Yeah.
Let me guess, this episode was the Red Wedding, right? Because, people died.
Now, is episode 5 of The Acolyte Star Wars' version of the Red Wedding? I saw some people saying that last night on social media.
I even said on Twitter it was like the Red Wedding, but for Star Wars.
Jacob!
Asshole!
Oh! Sorry. Try and contain myself.
Ow!
No!
Ow!
Oh.
Oh!
Wow! Oh, yours just got kicked in the stomach.
Oh, that was so good, Grizzy. That was a great edit. That was so good.
Damn it! That wasn't even a main character.
Oh, that was cool. Come on, that was awesome. That was.
Oh, you just got was that a double?
There it is.
What am I watching right now?
You guys are fags.
Oh!
Hey, wait a minute. You're not gonna stick something yicky in my mouth, are you?
I swear on my mother's life, I'm not going to stick anything yicky in your mouth.
Okay.
That did nothing. That did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Oh my jeez.
I would
Why?
like to volunteer.
Why did it do absolutely nothing? Don't ask questions. Just consume product and get ready for next product.
Here to take this old bird out of her misery.
He's left Yord alive. Why did he do that?
Yes, I did see his video, and I've been talking to Shad. I've actually been talking to Shad, and I'm hoping to be getting together with him sometime soon. We're going to put some content together, which is going to be awesome.
That. I'm not complaining.
And why exactly aren't you complaining?
Yord is young and enthusiastic.
Oh, you
and
loved him with
handsome.
his top off, didn't you?
Come on, Saul!
Come on, goat. Come on, champ.
Did you just call Master Soul the goat?
Come on, goat. Come on, champ.
This woman is nuts.
Holy fuck! Oh my god!
Holy shit, dude!
Shut up! Shut up!
The fighting is freaking insane.
Calm down, bitch.
Ow!
Yes, yes.
Oh, man. These reactions.
All right, everyone. Shill face compilation time. Let me know in the comments who has the best shill face.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Oh!
That one was quick, so here it is in slow motion.
Mask up.
Oh no! Oh no!
Now, this guy probably makes this face all the time, you know, because,
Cheers, crap.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Come on, guys. Can we all
Oh, man. Where's the Legion of Memers? I want dildos in both hands.
Come on, guys. Can we all just be glad she's dead?
God damn it. I really liked her.
But maybe she'll be okay because it's lightsaber was in.
this is why Disney has ruined lightsabers, because every time now when this happens, some idiot's gonna come along and say,
But maybe she'll be okay.
Stupid fucking cunts!
You really didn't know this me.
God, he's so hot. I'm sorry.
White whore. The Jedi like you might call me Sith.
Ooh, confirmed.
That doesn't really confirm he is a Sith. He just says that they'll call him that.
No. No, it doesn't confirm it at all. Here we go.
all right, we got more shill faces.
Yep.
Oh! Oh!
Wow, look at that double shill face.
Are you fucking kidding me? No!
God, Redhead might have the biggest shill face of the video. I guess she's had a lot of practice in her other line of work.
Okay, that's somebody sucking a horse cock. What the fuck?
Jesus! This is fucking awesome!
Dude, you need to get banged bad.
Ooh, thought they were about to get down.
What the
It
fuck?
seems the Acolyte will not be contradicting Star Wars canon, and no one will survive to tell of the Sith sighting.
What the fuck are
What
you
are
talking
you talking
about? Master
about?
Soul is back at the ship.
But, you know, clearly he can't go back to headquarters and file a report because that would mess up Star Wars canon.
So,
we're
why
not.
can't-
This is the thing. They think that they haven't messed it up already, which they clearly have.
And he just contact the Jedi on Coruscant from the ship like he did in episode 2.
Stupid bitch! Hi-ya!
I love it. I think it was a fun episode.
Fuck off.
This was like prequel territory combat.
Fuck off, cunt.
I really do like this show. I don't care what people say. This is a good show. This is a great show.
Fuck you! Fuck off!
Thanks for watching. And if you enjoyed the video, please.
Thanks, Grizzy. Giving that one a like too. All right, let me drop the link again for Grizzy's channel. This will take you obviously to this video, but you can still subscribe from there. Give him some views, give him some thumbs ups, do all the good shit. Good stuff, Grizzy. All right, let's wrap up Seal of the Week and get the flock out of here. I just want to make sure I haven't missed any super chats. I don't think I have. I think we're good. Excellent. All right. Let me bring this up. Oh, wrong thing. All right. Let's see. How'd the poll go? Hey, we got 29 votes in there. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. We're going to end the poll here. Oh, it just ticked over 30. Perfect. All right, guys. I'm ending the poll. Poll has ended. All right, and here we go. This week's Seal of the Week. So, in last place with 16% of the vote was number 2. Oh, I'm surprised. He was a little bit upset that he uses the word boisterous.
Oh, Jackie, don't be boisterous, Jackie! Nice! Oh.
He's a little upset that he used the word boisterous for Jackie. So that is in last place with 16%. In second last place or third place with 20% of the vote was number 1. Number 1. The fact that all these Jedi girls grab their dark side boyfriends' cocks. That's what we love in Star Wars. In second place, the runner-up this week with 26% of the vote was Darth Thunder, with his indication that this could be Palpatine because he's a loser and has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. And the winner, hey, he makes his comeback and he gets the win. And the winner of this week's Seal of the Week is number 3, Jacob, with 36% of the vote, where he says Luke Skywalker's final act inspired the galaxy, having his faith in the Jedi Order restored and making a projection of himself halfway across the galaxy to allow the Resistance to escape is so thematically profound and narratively poetic. Honestly, can't think of a better way to end this character's journey. The Last Jedi is such a beautiful film. Congratulations, Jacob. You make your comeback and you win this week's Seal of the Week. I want to see your seal emojis.
I'm all the Jedi.
And that's it for another week of Casual Rage, for another week of The Acolyte. I wonder what's going to happen throughout the course of this coming week. How many articles we're going to get, how many people are going to point the finger and say that this is all our fault, the fans' fault. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. And it'll be also interesting to see what happens at the end of this entire series. How much it stands up, how much people continue to talk about it, how relevant this series maintains to be. It's all going to be very, very interesting. Anyway, that's it, guys. We've been going for just over 4 hours, which was kind of expected. We've still got 69 people here watching. Thank you, everyone, for being here. If you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. Smash the like button and share it all out there. Share all the content. If you come across a video of mine that you like, please do share that out. I do have a few video essays on the channel. For anyone that's new that hasn't seen them, I've got one from, I did a little bit, you can find it more so in the playlists with the Disney Star Wars continuity section. But there's an Ahsoka video that I did, a bit of a breakdown there. We did one for the continued destruction of Luke Skywalker, which is basically talking about his appearance in the Book of Boba Fett. We've also got the death of Boba Fett, which is basically just doing a bit of a breakdown of Boba Fett from the Book of Boba Fett. But yeah, they're probably some of my better videos. I will say that I'm more proud of the video essays, like sitting down, writing an actual script, recording the script, and then editing. A lot of time goes into those, and they're probably some of my better viewed videos anyway. But there's plenty of stuff on the channel for you to watch. So go and check all of that out if you haven't. To all the people that come in and rewatch the stream, I appreciate you. And if you are here and you're rewatching the stream and you haven't yet smashed the like button, please do that. And you haven't yet subscribed, please do that as well. We are obviously trying to grow the channel. We've gained nearly 1,000 subscribers in the last 28 days, which is pretty good. Pretty good. I think the fact that I'm putting out more and more content is definitely helping that algorithm sort of push my videos out a little bit more, which is fantastic. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that I'm missing? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's really it. It's a sad state of affairs for Disney Star Wars. It's a sad state of affairs for where the fan base is at. And Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars. Never has been, never will be. And they continue to make Star Wars for non-Star Wars fans. That's it. We'll see you guys next week for another Casual Rage. We'll see you during the week and throughout some of the videos. But other than that, take care, everyone. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
You'd better put a chick in it. And make it fucking gay as fuck. Lame!
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
What?
That is so lame!
They came bounding over.
Fuck off! Disney! You fucking cunt! A few minutes? Are you kidding? At the rate they're gaining?
No, what is it? You have to shoot this. Traveling through hyperspace is like dusting crops, kid. Without precise calculations, we fly too close to a store. They're bounce into a supermarket and then...
Yeah.
Be a hell of a mess.
What's that?
Watch. You're losing your deflector shields. Go strap yourselves in. Be careful on the way out.
Yeah, sure. I'm taking very caution.
You go away.
We bounced too near a supermarket?